Good evening. It is episode 203 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is. We still don't know. Still, jury is out. We're trying to figure it out. There's a lot of mysteries. Unfortunately, Unsolved Mysteries are no longer on the air. If they were, one of the Unsolved Mysteries would be what this is.
I hated that show.
It was really, I must say,
Why
the creepy
watch
music
it to
goes
know,
ingrained
not
in
know
my brain.
what's going on? Like,
It's
no
terrible.
conclusion. Come on.
I will say though, there was a girl that I saw on YouTube that actually made it Unsolved Mysteries kind of retrospective. She's a younger lady, but she went through it and she watched it in the appropriate way that you should watch it as someone who didn't grow up with it. She was fascinated by it, and as she watched more episodes, she was like, "This is nuts. This is insane." And she actually made a little video retrospective of it, talking about some of the sillier stories, some of the controversies of it. There's a little bit of all that mix, but I just thought it was interesting. Unsolved Mysteries. Okay. So what I want to do is we're already getting a bunch of comments. So I want to acknowledge those comments here in a second. Before we do, I want to quickly take a moment. So we're going to go through a couple of comments in here. But before we do, we were chatting just before we went live. That's why we need an extra minute. We're going to touch on the Johnny Gaudreau thing for a moment because I think it's appropriate, especially since it's out there. So I'll give a quick high level. We'll give a couple of thoughts, and we'll kind of leave it at that for the moment because there's not too much we can add beyond it. Eric certainly has a background in it that he could extensively discuss it. It would be nice because Jeff McMahon already put it on there, so I want to make sure I acknowledge it. I thought it would be appropriate to acknowledge it though off the top, and then we'll have a brief pause, and then we'll go to our generally standard silliness. But before that, we'll get into it. Let's start off with this. So first, RIP to both the Gaudreau brothers. They were cycling, and it ended up being hit with what appears to have been a drunk driver. That is basically we got the updates on that, but obviously really high level. And I'll just speak from my end of it first. And it's just I'm not very casual in my hockey watching at this point. I know Johnny Gaudreau. I know the name and I know a little bit about him, but it's not someone that I particularly paid too close attention to. But obviously, anytime anything affects like that, and it's a higher profile name, it gets out there. Immediately, I saw the tributes and all that. So that's the reason why I felt it was appropriate to at least make sure we discuss it for a moment. But one of the other things as well is that regardless of whether it's a known name or not, there's really no excuse. And on the show, one of the first things we always talk about is that Carlos goes and cracks open his beer. And I'm going to do it again tonight. I got my custom Stein and everything. There is nothing wrong with getting yourself an adult beverage. That is perfectly fine. But there is no excuse for getting behind the wheel of a car. There's zero. There's none. There's no reason for it. And there are so many options and ways you can avoid that are not required. So that can never be excused. And it does not make it okay. And hopefully, justice is served to the degree that it can be. A little skeptical in terms of history, in terms of how that goes. But regardless, it's very sad. So RIP to the Gaudreau brothers, and drinking and driving is bad, which I don't think is a controversial take that anyone would disagree with. I think we can all agree on that and are aligned on that point. So, Bobby, if you want to say anything really quick, and then I'll leave the floor for Eric for a moment, and then we'll kind of make sure we at least had this moment to touch on it.
Yeah, these situations are always sad when it comes down to, hockey players and then their prime and take their life away so foolishly. It's sad to hear, but a lot of that stuff goes on in life, and it's just another part of life, right? Death.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, Eric, the floor is yours. If you want to take a moment and say something, you're more than welcome to, and we'll make sure to acknowledge it, and then we'll acknowledge some of the comments here in a moment as well.
Yeah, I don't want to take too much time because I could talk about this for the 2 hours. For the people who've been with us for a long time and watched the show, they may remember and know that for 15 years I was a drug and alcohol counselor, primarily working with DUI offenders. And this was people who were driving under the influence of alcohol, driving under the influence of drugs. And I've heard and seen the horrors that this issue can bring to people's lives. I've been really upset all day, not just because this was a famous person. I get equally upset when I open up the newspaper and I see some local person getting killed this way. But when you look at the story that, two young guys out biking, somebody participating in one of the most selfish acts imaginable, kills them. Now this family has lost two children instantly. They were supposed to be groomsmen in their sister's wedding that's coming up shortly. one of the big issues that I've tried to get people to understand is when these incidents happen, we see them in the paper or on social media and go, gee, that's really horrible. And then we move on with our lives and don't think too much about it. Just for a second, just please, just for a second, think about what that family is going through right now when they got that phone call and what their life is going to be like moving forward. For the rest of us, we woke up this morning, saw it on our Instagram, our Facebook, and went, oh, that sucks. And then you went on with your day. Some of you didn't think about it a second after that. And that's okay. No judge. But just for a second, think about what that family's going through. And they're never going to have their two sons come back. This young lady is getting married, is going to have kids. They're never going to meet their uncles. Their life's changed forever because of one selfish act. So I ask anyone who's listening, please don't be the next person that we read in the paper that killed somebody. It is so simple now with cell phones and Ubers, and it is so simple to not have this happen anymore. And I'll end it with this. My biggest frustration is that this guy is probably going to get sentenced to about 20 to 25 years for killing two people. I will guarantee you, as someone who's been dealing with this for so many years now, he may serve 3 years. That's wrong. And that's what really pisses me off the most, because we don't take it seriously. We lose 15,000 people a year due to DUI death, and the consequences are a slap on the wrist. Some of you, it's 27 people watching. Some of you may have lost somebody due to DUI death. You know that pain doesn't go away. And if the person that took that family member, a friend from you, they did 3 years and are back out living their life, that just burns you every single day. And if you start taking this serious and the penalties really matter, it's not going to stop. And that's why I've been frustrated all day. And I'm telling you this not in a bragging way. It's more of how I dealt with it psychologically. I went out for a 30-mile bike ride today. And while I was jumping from trail to trail and on the roads, getting to the next section I was going to, that's all I could think about. Am I going to get killed today because of a distracted driver looking at their phone? Or maybe it's Friday, so somebody left work early and went to the bar. Is today my day that I'm out here on this road? And through a 3-hour ride, I must have thought about this incident 100 times. So with that, I just ask people to really think about it and make good choices and stay safe, because I would hate for anything to happen to anybody that's watching and listening. And you don't want to be responsible for taking somebody's family member away.
Mm-hmm. I think that's well said. I wanted to make sure we gave a little bit of time to it, because obviously it does affect the hockey community. And even though the show is predominantly sports card based, it is predominantly open-ended in terms of sports card based, we do skew pretty heavily with the hockey guys. That's been a lot of the things. So we want to kind of acknowledge it from that perspective. Wanted to make sure we said it. And I will come back to a lot of the proper insults to Eric, because that is what we do around here. However, we'll give it a couple of minutes. We'll let it breathe here a little bit. We'll let it breathe. But I will acknowledge the majority of your comments. But I assure you, within short order, I will crack open my beer and we will return to our regularly scheduled program of And Eric. It will happen. We just needed to make sure this was our moment of lucidity off the top of the show. We needed a little moment of lucidity, a moment of zen, if you will, to consider and think about it. And also, Eric is very passionate about this, so we wanted to make sure we gave some time to say some words. And let it not be said that even on the Friday, we cannot sometimes be 5% more mature. Brief shining moment we were. That moment is now over. So I want you to all know that the moment is now ended. So we are now moving on.
Fair enough.
But we will come back to some of the other ones.
And not to take away from drinking and driving, I believe that texting and driving is just as bad, if not worse.
It's very yes. Distraction is distraction. Yes.
I will tell you, as a professional, I will tell you that distracted driving is more dangerous. Looking at the phone is more drunk drivers, unless they pass out, are actually trying to watch the road. Okay. When you're completely sober and you're just have your head down at 50 plus miles an hour on the highway, you are not even looking. You are more dangerous looking at your phone than you are drunk driving.
I believe that. And you can tell because people slow down on the highway. They start going in and out of the lanes. And you go, geez, I just thought he was drinking and driving. He's texting. And people just get in their cars and they just drive. People smoke a joint, get in their cars, drive all the time. Every time I see it.
And, for those, that live in in a state that allows marijuana use, and again, no judging at all. Remember that the laws are the same for weed as it is for booze. You can't drink and drive. You can't smoke and drive. You can't be high and drive. You can't be drunk and drive. You want to be high and drive. You want to go home and drink? Great. You want to go home and smoke? Great. No judgment. Stay the hell off the roads.
Now I'm going to get caught up on the comments, so we're going to move on here.
Yeah.
Make sure we touch on that. Don't worry, Kathy. We're taking it easy on air for a couple of minutes. We're easing our way back into it. We'll get there, but we're easing our way back into it. But
thanks,
good evening to you. Saddler fan says, Bobby, I watched the show and I still don't know what's going on. Valid. Well, good day, hobby friends and Eric. Facts. Jeff says, hello, everyone. RIP Goudreau Brothers. Absolutely, 100%. CC says, good evening, gents. RIP to the brothers and condolences to the family. Very sad. Agreed, 100%. Douglas says, hello, guys. Have a great show. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate you. Never lost anyone person like that, but I'm of the opinion of zero tolerance. I think that's fair. Very fair. Thanks for opening the show this way. You guys are all class acts. It was the appropriate thing. So Eric can attest. I literally wanted to take a couple of minutes before we hit live to have a conversation where I said, we need to acknowledge it off the top. I think it should be acknowledged. I think it was a worthwhile, brief conversation to have, and we touched on it to the best of our ability, because there's nothing we can do to change it. But we can still make the statement that it is inappropriate and it's something that needed to be acknowledged. And of course, again, since we do skew hockey-wise, it is significant because it is a name in that space, but that doesn't take away from the other brother. It doesn't take away from the entire rest of the thing. It's all part of that overall. And obviously, it's struck a chord with a lot of people. All I have to do is scroll through my social media. Again, even though I don't participate in a lot of it, I'm on Instagram and I see tributes to it. And from a lot of the hockey guys and everything, it was affected to them, especially since they know the name, especially since they, are watching. That's part of it. So it was important to make sure we at least touched on it. It would have been wrong to throw it at a different time of the show. So I felt at the beginning was the right time. Josh says, very well said, Eric. Evening all, and well said, Eric. Thank you, Paul. Very well said, Eric. It's just such as one person. It'll mean a lot. No doubt. Thank you, Doug. Bob Boozle here joining in. Good evening. Watching Emmanuel in space takes my mind off bad things. Facts. That's right. Ham here says, I agree with Eric. That's why his life loves us. See, Ham's got the right idea. He gets it.
Fucking Ham.
Timeless Cardboard. It looks like that Will Chamberlain SGC 10 was found in a small northern town in Minnesota. Who would have thought? So I actually included. So like I said, I wanted to make sure at the beginning we touched on this because, again, it certainly fits in our demographic. It falls in our Venn diagram over here. But I actually put two images on the thumbnail for this week. Even though we're not basketball card guys, I did think it was worthwhile to talk about this. There is an SGC 10 Will Chamberlain rookie that has come into appearance. SGC Pete actually talked about that on the SGC social media page, which is very interesting. So I did want to touch on the two of them for two different reasons. One of them is a newer Wemby, and one of them is the SGC 10 Will Chamberlain. So let's touch on the Will Chamberlain to start off with here for a moment. I'm always extremely suspicious when we get a vintage card that is worthy of a 10. It's a very clean copy. I'll see if I can pull up an image of it for you from the SGC social media. It is an excellent, and it's a fantastic looking copy of the card. But it is always kind of interesting when one of those appears, comes out of the wild after all that time. It's like, okay, kind of interesting. But it's definitely a notable card. In the basketball card hobby, that's as big as it gets. That's huge.
I think it was found in Prince's mansion or something.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. So let me just see here. I'll see if I can find the Instagram post. So you guys will have to bear with me a minute while I find that. But I did the main thing that kind of struck me about it that you're looking at one of the kind of iconic cards, especially the basketball card hobby. It's a 61, I believe. 61 is the year for that one. They're notorious for having bad centering. They're notorious for having different kinds of issues. Basketball was not regarded very much. You had those gaps, so because you had like the 57 top set. I think you had the 48 Bowman set, and then I think you had a gap until 57 tops, and then a gap again until 61, and then a gap again. So it's like very clearly basketball is not as popular as it would become. So it's not like quality control was a priority for these companies. They're like, get the cards out the door. And that makes it very difficult to find one in nice condition, let alone one that is on that level where SGC, notoriously is usually a little bit more stringent on their grading, but they gave it an SGC 10. They felt it was worthy of such a grade, which is kind of interesting.
I'm looking at it myself, and I don't understand it. All I see when I look at that card is a Gretzky O-Pee-Chee rookie. And I have very strong feelings, very strong, that these high-graded Gretzky O-Pee-Chee rookies who look like it got cut with a chainsaw should not be graded that high. And yet again, Ham agrees. And again, that's why my wife loves us. Mm-hmm. So there's no way that should be a 10. And this goes, again, in my opinion, shows that grading is a complete scam. And it's a scam. There is nothing else you can say after that. It's a complete scam. That's not a 10. There are no Gretzky O-Pee-Chee 10s. You can't cut something with a chainsaw and then give it a 10. It's not 10 is perfect. That's not perfect.
Chocolate sticks are a scam.
Oh, no doubt.
All right.
Not even question.
No. You crossed the line.
He's going to get some chocolate sticks.
He's going to say some chocolate sticks. That's right. Listen, so you may be able to hear it a little bit from Bobby's voice. Bobby had a little bit of a sinus issue. We weren't sure. It was day to day. We weren't sure if he was going to be able to make it on. And we were discussing it earlier. Bobby was asking me if his spot had been auctioned off, and I told him that Eric was shopping it around for the highest chocolate stick bidder. So we saw what was going on. Like we knew. Like I saw it on the black market. I saw offers being made.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll get rid of you lickety split for some chocolate sticks, Bobby. Lickety.
Wow, how these times have changed. Once upon a time, the reverence he had for the Burrell and the Garage of Knowledge. Oh my God, I pay good money for your books, and now he's like, I'll get rid of you lickety split for a chocolate stick.
Lickety split. We're going to 8 Mile, are we?
Bobby's still here. Reverence. Okay, Bobby's here. The problem is chocolate sticks are here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that's the problem we're running into.
Yeah.
So it would seem. But Eric, I thought there were 2 PSA 10s.
Is there? PSA.
Theoretically.
SGC or PSA?
So this is talking about the Gretzky. This is discussing the Gretzky.
Oh, yeah, there's 2 PSA 10s.
No, it's you can't cut something with a chainsaw and say it's a 10. So grading is a complete scam. Stop wasting your money.
Well, the one is certainly not a 10.
Yes.
Missing it's got 15 things.
I think though what's funny about it is that so being serious about this for a moment. The funny thing about this is that for the Gretzky one, it's easier for me to forgive because they did it earlier and they haven't done it since. Whereas this Chamberlain is brand new. It's fresh to the market. Like this is a new they had the opportunity to recently review this. So they had the opportunity to make a choice. They could have gone with a 9.5. They could have, because they have that number that they can still, because if you look at I'll actually see if I can blow up the picture for you a little bit more. Forget about the edge for a moment. Just think about what that 6162 Fleer normally looks like in terms of a lot of the copies that are out there. And the image on this is very clean. That's one of those things that stands out about this particular card for somebody who collects the set. You look at the photo, look at the Wilt Chamberlain part. His image is very sharp. The color on it is very strong. So it is very unusual for this issue to look this clean for the most part. So I consider it to be a superlative example of this particular card. I think though you have that room, since SGC has a 9.5, they could have still given it an extremely high grade and called it a 9.5, and still I think it would have still been very good.
I think this issue is iconic. You know, they have all the stuff on top and then the pictures on the bottom, which never really happened before in a card.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of where I think that's part of the thought process here. Now, where I will agree is I think the fact they had a 9.5 meant they had an option. They had an out to allow them to bump it down a little bit for that. So you had that option, because if I look at the rest of that card and I ignore the edge for a moment, I'm looking at a card like it stands out because of how clean the rest of it is. That's actually very impressive, all things considered. And the centering is actually pretty solid. Like I'm looking like that. That is a pretty darn good looking card, man.
Yeah.
So otherwise, so it's interesting, but it's interesting that SGC would make that choice. They went with the 10. Now they do have the gold label, which is a different thing. It's another tier entirely. But the thing is, a 10 still a 10. That's still a very strong one. So we'll have to see. I don't know, man. So let me read a couple of comments here. PSA 10, SGC 10 does not mean the card is perfect. Yeah, that's within their standard there. At least SGC did not give the world a black label pristine 10. That Beckett has the black label, but they do have the gold label on their end of it. It's the same thing. Kurt, clean these cards up, please. I can't help but think of the card care. I was just thinking the children and the card care. Man, Cam says I would have given it a 9.5, and that option was available. They could have done it. It would have worked. So Mookie Chilson here. Good evening. This is SGC saying, please send us your rough cuts. We'll be nice to them. That is true.
Nailed. Right now he's winning the comments. Absolutely.
There you go. So Mookie, Eric appreciates your candor. Michael Ham says they need the publicity. I wouldn't be surprised if they were told to give it a 10. Well, I don't know if they need the publicity. Didn't they have the Mantle 9.5 that sold for the record amount? I think that was an SGC card, if memory serves me. So, but obviously an iconic, version of the Will Chamberlain. Here's the thing though. Like, I understand Ham's point, but serious question. Would it really have hurt that much if it had been an SGC 9.5 Will Chamberlain that looks that clean, looks good?
No.
Would it really have bothered anybody? No. You still would have said, oh man, that's a really high grade example. It looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Sean. CC says registration and center are very tough for the 61 flavor. That Will is very nice. I agree. That's what I mean. Like, not a basketball card guy, but just knowing what I know about that issue and that card, so many times the image is washed out. Like, there is the image is washed out. It's not that sharp, or the colors are a little bit broken down. There's a lot of ways that can go wrong. But then you're looking at one where if the owner is able to look at it and go like, man, this looks really good. You can stand a bunch of them beside each other and it's like, this still looks really nice. It's on the upper level of these for sure.
I have a quick question for you. I probably should do this off air, but it doesn't matter.
But don't send me text messages. We already know your controversial text. We don't need any more of that.
And then you get all offended and everything, and say you're gonna tell my mother. So I am good friends with the gentleman who has the #1 PSA set registry for vintage basketball cards.
Okay.
And it's up to you. I can text him and see if he wants to come on the show and talk about this at all. But if you don't think you want to spend that much time,
I think we can circle back around to it. I'd say reach out, because I would be interested to hear their take on this card. So I'd have no issue circling back. I want to start off talking about it, and this is going to lead me to the Wemby. Reach out, and if they want to talk about it, I'd be happy to hear somebody who actually collects basketballs.
This is the expert. This is the guy.
Yeah. So let's go that route, and if we can manage it, that would be a fun little side discussion. Stuke here says, good evening. Absolutely, Stuke. Sean says, thoughts on fitted slab sleeves. I noticed they tend to scratch your slab. Crazy that something made to protect slab damages. So I have heard this. I'm sure it's possible. I've used those fitted sleeves and I have had zero issue. So he said, I've noticed they tend to scratch your slab. I have not had that problem. Not a single time. So I've talked to some other people who have said the same thing, but I was like, what on earth are you guys doing? It's a plastic sleeve. Like how are you managing to scratch it? The ones that I've got on there, they're fine. I actually, when I saw that, I went and I actually removed a couple of my cards from them just to see, and it's like, no, there's nothing there. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put it in another sleeve and I look at it. I've looked at it since. It's still fine. Now, it's one of those things where you can have it. I don't, unless you're like, I got hundreds of slabs that are like slamming into each other. You don't necessarily I think for the most part, it's not really necessary, really, but I can see it. It's one of those things that I like to offer as kind of a value add if I sell a slab. Like I'll put it on there just so that somebody can have it, and they can always remove it. It's perfectly fine. So I think that's fine. So let's go with it. But I totally understand your point. I totally understand your question. That has not been my experience, but I've also heard some folks that have also claimed this. So I guess it depends on how you're doing it. I don't try to be super careful with it, but I'm very deliberate when I put those cards in those sleeves. So I have not had that issue myself. Ham says slab should be as durable as a cell phone screen. Ooh, but we got screen protectors now. We got a lot of things we put on there. But yes, Settlement says the 5% less serious show puts more effort to get knowledgeable guests than others. And we've got moments occasionally. Like, here's the thing. We always have a lot of fun with this. Again, we don't know what this is. So, clearly it can be whatever we want. It changes week to week. However, if there is somebody, look, I can't spend the last week's episode demolishing another podcast for getting stuff wrong and not even trying to do any research when they have access to people who can give them the correct answer, and then at the same time not take advantage of every opportunity to be able to, yeah, absolutely, or be able to figure out how to reach Bobby Burrell. It's very difficult, let me tell you. But if I'm going to criticize somebody for doing that, and I have the option to be able to reach out to somebody who can answer a question, then why don't I use the resource at my disposal to try? If I can get it, great. If I can't, that's fine. But at least we'll give it a shot. I'd be happy to have that conversation. My cell screen is fine, Michael Ham. Sports up, but the protective cover is cracked. There you go. Got it. Slab protectors and new pocket protectors. Let's not be Poindexters. Ooh, Bob Boozle going in with the controversial take. I like it.
Yep.
Thomas Cover says, they ever catch those guys stole those cars in Dallas? No, they haven't caught Eric yet. I mean, whoever was responsible. Whoever was responsible, allegedly, they haven't caught them yet. Continues to be an ongoing issue. But yes. So let's do this. I want to kind of leading, like I said, I put 2 basketball cards on there of all things. So this is a little bit surprising. But I wanted to touch on the second one because it's kind of fun. So the second one is the Wemby auto from the new Topps Chrome basketball, which I've watched some breaks and I've listened to some folks talk about it. Go ahead. Yes.
Hey man, would love to. I'm out to dinner, but should be home in about 30 minutes. I know a lot of inside info on it. I'll share what I can.
Okay. Once he's available, I'll send give me a contact area and I'll send him a link. That's no problem. We'll see if we can manage that. Sounds good. So what I was going to say is for the Topps Chrome basketball, it's highly anticipated because obviously the basketball guys haven't had Topps Chrome in years since Topps lost the basketball license. So it's anticipated from one way. The other part, though, is that you don't have the full licensing. So the issue, it's back to the old unlicensed thing, right? But at the same time, I'm going to state this just so we were consistent on this point. I have no moral objection to unlicensed cards per se. I've got some Juan Sotos that I collect because the baseball license with Panini has that. It has the Players Association licensing, but not the Major League. So they can't do logos and they can't do team nicknames, but they can show the players. And I have no issue with that. But this is an important caveat. And I think this is where the Topps Chrome basketball has fallen short. I think this is key. I think the problem was that you can get away with it to a point. It will never be as popular as a fully licensed version in the current iteration of the hobby, no doubt. But it can't be ugly. It has to at least look decent, like the design and the way the cards look and the pictures you choose and all these things should at least look decent. If it looks hideous on top of everything else and then you're charging good money for it, the audience is going to reject it. It's going to be a double whammy. Number one, it's going to feel like a bad value, like boxes can feel like a bad value. Plus the cards look ugly. It's a bad combo. So you're going to get even worse criticism for it. And the reason I say this is because I watched a couple of box breaks today of Topps Composite Football, which just dropped. That is also unlicensed. And speaking personal opinion, I actually think some of the cards look really nice. It's also unlicensed. It's got the same general idea, right? But at the same time, like some of the cards, some of the Topps finest cards, and some of their refractors, and some of the ones in there actually look pretty decent, I think. Should they be worth as much as the licensed version? I don't think so. But if I'm a collector and I'm interested, and they've even got some of the legends on there as well, you can get a nice Joe Montana one. You can get a nice, you can get some Tom Brady cards if you want one. You can get a couple of the current play. CJ Stroud cards are in it. There's on-card autos of CJ Stroud in there. So if you're a football fan and you want the young rookie quarterback of the Texans, who is, and you want a nice on-card auto for it, you can actually get one out of this product. And again, it looks decent. So I think that one is going to be forgiven more, even though it's still unlicensed, than the basketball one that looks ugly the cards look ugly, the photos look ugly, and it's just a bad combination of things. I think that is where a lot of the flack is coming, in addition to it being non-licensed. So that's why I think it's kind of interesting, just observing the reaction to it. I think Topps Composite is going to be a lot better received. And it's going to be very interesting. People realize, but wait, that was unlicensed suit. Yeah, but it looks better. It looks nicer. So when someone opens a box, they feel like they're getting more value because at least the cards look nice. Cartel took the Dallas cards to South and Central America to launder. Is that what you did, Eric? I mean, allegedly.
Listen.
Hablo español, Señor Eric?
All I can tell you is I recently went on a trip to South America, and it was muy bueno.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
That's all
Paul here says, Paul here says Topps Chrome football boxes are loaded. That's good news and bad news and all in one. Everyone gets sweet stuff. That's fair. But again, let's see. At least if it looks. But my only point was, if it looks nice, I actually think people are going to be more forgiving of it. They're be more willing to give it a shot. And again, for the singles collectors, this is nice. If you open a box, good luck to you. Like, hey, feast or famine, good luck. But if you're collecting the singles and you like, again, if you're collecting, you like how they look, I think you could do worse. I looked at some of, I saw, it's like, actually, some of these cards look pretty nice. They're not bad. Good evening, Orlando. I opened 2 blasters today. They literally did this to get the Wemby auto in during his rookie year. Yeah, 100%. That's what the basketball one's there for. These Topps Chrome basketball cards look like the cards I made in the computer when I was 12 back in 1999. There you go. 2206 kid. There you go. Ham says the football looks nice. Yeah, that's the feedback I'm getting. What's funny, Eric, it's the same company. Both of these are Topps. They're both unlicensed and they're both Topps. The football is being at least reasonably well received in the early videos I'm watching. The basketball one is being torn to shreds. What's the difference? One looks nice. It feels like there was a little effort put into it. The other one looks like trash.
And I'm not going to let it go that it took Ham 3 tries to spell the word nice. Okay. And this is what my wife runs off to. Come on. She needs to do better.
I don't know, man. Babuza says, I'm mad the Topps has disrupted Panini's run of basketball and football. It's business, but also douchey. Fair enough. I got you. It's a fun checklist in football. I think that helps too, by the way. A good checklist goes a long way. A good checklist and the nice design, that goes a long way to making it better. Paul here says, will the unlicensed Topps NBA and NFL have 87 Topps throwbacks? That's what they needed. We need some 87 Topps throwbacks.
Yeah.
Let's agree to call composite Topps Chronicles. That's what it is. It's 100% a Chronicles product. It's a combination of different brands, all smushed into one product. It's 100%. But that's why I said, to me, they have Topps Finest, which actually looks pretty good. They've got Topps Chrome. What is it called? It's not Galactic. It's like a space themed one. There's one where they've done in recent years. It's a Topps Chrome that is a space themed one. Completely escapes me, but it actually looks pretty nice. Like I was looking at it and the refractors and everything of it. It's like, actually, that looks pretty good. And the way they took the images they took actually did a pretty good job hiding the lack of logos. Again, photo selection, design, Cosmic. Thank you, T206 kid. Cosmic. That's what I was looking for. Yep. So, but that design of Cosmic actually looks pretty nice. So you've got a nice design there. The Finest has a nice design. Some of the other ones, I actually like the designs of those as well. So, Eric, we're taking a bunch of decent looking designs, taking decent photographs for it, and the box price, while not cheap, is certainly not the most expensive I've ever seen. So, like, and there's 3 autographs per box.
3. That's pretty good.
So, like, okay, well, and they're on card autos.
That's really
okay.
Good.
So it's like, I don't feel like I'm being ripped off nearly as badly. So right. I feel like that's going to make the consumer feel a little bit better about it. They're still not going to make their money back most of the time, but they're going to feel better about the experience.
When you don't have to pay the licensing fee, you can sell your stuff cheaper because it costs you less to make.
That's the leaf theory. So it goes. So it goes. Yeah. Robert here says, Eric also picked up a bunch of Topps Venezuela's while on his trip. There you go. Basketball gets the Poopy Pony Award. Nice, Duke. Nice. And Duke 6 kid got Cosmic, so thank you for that. Appreciate it. I was trying to remember it. I just couldn't remember the name, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Topps Chrome, keeping with the baseball design, looks very good as well. Yes. I agree. 100%. That's what I said. Like, it's Eric. It's almost like 2 different teams came up with this. It's like the basketball card guys totally phoned it in, and the Topps composite guys are like, "Well, we got some nice designs here we can use. Yeah, let's use some of these. Good idea."
Yeah, let's actually make our product look nice that people are going to want to buy.
Yeah, they're gonna feel better about it. Like and I promise you, you can move some of those singles. You're a big Joe Montana collector. You got a nice looking Joe Montana card. Okay, sure. I'm not gonna be paying crazy money for it, but if I can get it for a decent price, a couple bucks, sure. It's a nice looking card.
Mhm.
Do you think the unlicensed NFL cards look better partly because it's easier to get better images because the NFL team logos are less prominent in the NFL versus the NBA? Yes, I do. I do think that's why I use that 81 Topps Joe Montana card. That does not have a logo on it, but the angle of the helmet, the direction you're facing, the way the uniforms are set up, it is easier to show a shot where I'm still seeing the play. I don't have to do a ton of airbrushing to be able to make this work. And that actually makes it much easier than the basketball card guys or the basketball players, because the uniform is like, it literally says Spurs on here for Wemby. What are you going to do? You have to play some weird games, have them turning this way, or completely Photoshop it completely out. It's going to stick out like a sore thumb. It's very difficult to avoid it.
Yeah.
Or make him turn his uniform around like they did back in the day.
That's another way you can do it. They probably could have released Finest on its own as a popular brand. I actually think the Finest looks good. What they did with the Finest, the design they use for Finest, I like that they use the current design, and it actually looks pretty solid. All right, so here we go. Thomas Carbo says, how much would a triple patch auto of Rogers and Love go for? And what would you pay? It would go for a lot, actually. Rogers autos are very expensive. They're very expensive. Love, and obviously your Love right now being the current quarterback, is actually going for a decent amount. It's been escalating slowly. What would you pay for? I wouldn't pay for it. It'd be too rich for my blood. I wouldn't go for it. Also, like I mentioned it before, I appreciate Aaron Rodgers for Super Bowl 45. Beyond that, he can get off my screen. I don't need to see this man. The not sweat fella, at least I enjoy him for what he is. He is a very, very flawed man. Again, he is the not swell fella. But like, at least he's fun in his not swellness. We can enjoy it. He's memeable. There are fun jokes. You know, Aaron Rodgers, we got the darkness. But outside of that, like, please get off my screen. Just go away. Please go away. I don't need to see you anymore. Go away. Even Justin, Leaf's going to release that bad boy. No doubt. No doubt. Leaf's got to do something, man. They're on the third CEO.
Yeah.
After BG went away, the other guy lasted about a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, that's it. So I don't know what's going on over there.
It's because you know, they screwed up the Reggie Lemlin cards, and the people have spoken, and he had to, you know, go do seppuku or something and kill himself.
Wow.
That's what happened.
Interesting. Stuff is creeping up lately. I agree with that. I have noticed that. BG on the loose. He is very much so. He's doing another one of his promise. Like, guys, I've got a big project I'm working on. It's a big project. And I'm like, we believe you, Brian. We believe you. You let us know when you actually have something. Until then, we don't care.
Listen, I don't dislike the man. I don't really have any ill feelings to Brian at all.
He is entertaining. He is an entertainer.
Yes. He's an interesting cat, that's for sure. You know, but when he does these announcements and says the things that he says, sometimes I kind of have this reaction like, isn't he cute? Yeah, Dada, good for you. Good for you, Brian. Good for you. You know, and then I sit back and wait for whatever the hell is going to happen. And sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes it does, you know. I don't have any ill will towards the guy at all. I really don't. But he's a character. He's a character. That's for sure. Wouldn't you agree, Bobby?
Yep.
Yeah, he's back when Clubhouse had like 100 people in it, you know, 24 hours a day, you know, during the pandemic. He was in there all the time. And I have
no doubt. Listen, anywhere where he can talk.
Yeah, oh yeah. And he held court, and he took heat, he took compliments, he participated in conversations like every single day. And so I got to know him a little bit, you know, that way, and talked to him here and there, and you know, so I don't have anything. I have no ill will towards him, but he is a character. That's I will say that very, very freely.
Yeah. I think one key thing though that you kind of touched on there when you were talking about it is that it's very difficult to take him seriously when you're talking about things that you want to talk about that you can't announce yet, but you want to talk about it and you keep mentioning that forever. Eventually it's like, dude, I don't care. Tell me when you actually say the thing, and then I'll judge whether I think it's interesting or whether I think it's good or bad or whatever. Like it's whatever is fine. But I don't care until you actually have something to add.
Loves to tease things. Loves
Yes.
to tease things and
Yes.
get people interested in them and hang on. So they hang on every word because he's got this big reveal and it's something big, and he gets off on that.
Yep. So here we've got Stu says add star to the Rogers and Love card. Yeah, if you do the 4, that'd be massive because of your 4. What's interesting though, it's always tough because on the Discord they were having a big debate about the Jordan Love contract and everything. The thing is, I laugh because number one, it's not my money. Even though I'm an owner, I don't have to specifically pay for it, so it's fine. I let the other owners pay for it. But that's number one. And number two, the way the NFL works is that next somebody's going to get 60 million. And somebody else is going to get 65. And by the time it's done, the Jordan Love contract is going to be middle of the road. It won't take long. So it's not like it's set the market for the moment, but the amount of 50 million plus quarterbacks, if you go look at that list, it's actually a pretty big list at the moment, and it's growing. And Dak Prescott for the Dallas Cowboys is going to get his. It's going to be up there in that range too. So there's going to be another guy who's getting 55, 60 million or whatever it's going to be. Like, it's going to be nuts. So I don't worry about that too much. But of course, look, this is his first full season after last year where he's going to get a chance to be the man. The end of last season, he had a great finish to the season, had a great little playoff run as well. And there's a lot of enthusiasm in Green Bay. And if he becomes the guy, that'd be awesome. Now, we'll probably find out he's a serial killer because the law says outside of Bart Starr, all of my good quarterbacks have to have something. I've got the not so fella. I've got the darkness. And I'm just assuming Jordan loves a serial. That's right. I'm just assuming Jordan loves a serial killer. But here's the thing, Eric. If he wins me a Super Bowl or two, kill away, my child.
Kill away.
Do what you got to do.
I hear you.
For legal purposes, I cannot back this play. I do not condone, Eric. I do not condone, but I will advocate.
Yes.
Bob Muzzle says Brian Gray to launch a new Long John Silver's franchise. He's overselling it. That would still be an improvement. That would actually be delivering. At least we get it.
Is that the fish and chip place?
Long John Silver's. I think so. Yeah. Don't they actually sell like actual products you get in the supermarket too?
I couldn't.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I thought they had some. I thought they actually had some branded products you could buy.
Seafood chain restaurant.
Yeah. So I love how he gives his strong takes on the economy. Other than that, I love BG. There you go. It's like when Topps promised revolutionary and it was a new patch card. It's true. Well, it would be more like if Topps promised revolutionary and says TBD 5 years later, TBD.
Yeah.
5 years later, TBD.
Yeah.
Some of his announcements from like 10 years ago we're still waiting on.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, his announcement, the actual execution is a Panini redemption. Still waiting. You do not, I like the emphasis on not, disrespect Arnie Herber. There, Carlos. Hey, it is what it is. What are you going to do? So we'll give it a chance. I genuinely don't know either. But Paul will eventually explain it to us. So okay. I wanted to make sure I acknowledge his comment because apparently I should not disrespect him. But hopefully he'll tell us who he is. Otherwise, I got nothing.
I don't know who Arnie Herber is.
Herber. Yeah, I got nothing.
I don't know who that is.
So let me touch on two things that are kind of related here. We can touch on this. So first, I want to acknowledge AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.ca, and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. One reason that I wanted to mention it was that they're doing the trade night tonight. So probably on the next episode, we'll talk about the trade night, and we'll have to see basically what happens. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Oh, okay, we got championship quarterback is Arnie Herber. There you go, perfect. Well, hopefully he killed people too. So then we'll feel better about it. But thank you, Stu, for the additional info. But the piece though that I thought was interesting was obviously they got some of the new products coming in, and I thought this would be a good one. I'm going to spring this one on Steve because I know Steve doesn't watch the live stream, Eric. That's why it's going to be fun. I'm going to spring it on Steve. The new AEW flagship, the 2024, has released the checklist this week. which means within the next 2 weeks, they will get the new AEW. Steve's favorite product. He literally lives for the new AEW product. And let me tell you, it's going to be exciting times when I tell him, it's like, Steve, it's coming. It's coming. The new AEW product is coming.
Yeah. He
Be
can't
ashamed if you were stuck with an endless number of boxes.
Yeah. Again.
Mhm.
Again.
Yep. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, another Packers QB.
How
Packers
would
Hall of
he-
Fame QB beside the one you mentioned.
How would he disperse those boxes if he gets stuck? with them?
Listen, I can't imagine where that's going to go. It's going to
I
have to
don't
go
know.
somewhere. It's
Yeah,
going
it
to be
has
tough.
to go somewhere.
Yep. Brian Gray in a Solomon polo suit. There you go. Already heard where is Noah Gein? Apparently not. But yeah, so I thought it was very funny. So I thought it was very funny that that as soon as I saw the checklist, I was like, okay. By the way, kind of an unrelated story. I will reveal that name and whatever at some point. Well, at some point we'll see. I did actually have someone else from Upper Deck, who is not Billy, reach out, who is working on that particular license. And maybe Billy dropped my name or not, but apparently they had seen a couple of my videos and stuff. So they actually asked me for some feedback on some of the AEW stuff they'd been doing and any suggestions I had. So I have given my feedback and passed it along. So, and apparently he is the one who has made some adjustments, some tweaks to the checklist for the last couple of products, including the one that I was talking about there. I did on my wrestling channel, link in the description. I did a breakdown of the checklist and I was looking at it and I noticed that I felt like the checklist had done a much better job this time around, actually updating some of the things because that had been a weakness of the checklist the last couple of times. So he appreciated that I noticed that the checklist had been updated. Apparently he went in and redid the checklist. They had one, but they redid it in order to incorporate some of the newer characters and actually get something more up to date. So I'm like, good. Well, at least somebody's going in there and doing a little extra digging, some extra research in there. And apparently, if that's the case, and if the Black Diamond has also received an update or refresh, that means there's a chance that it might actually be a better checklist as well. I'm like, good. As long as you guys are listening to feedback and you're asking for it, I will be happy as a person who has partaken in the product. So that'll be a lot of fun, and we'll see how that one works out. But yeah, I went through the checklist, and I thought it was a much better check than the last couple flagship products that they've released. So it's an improvement, step in the right direction. Sean says, I think he's a huge wrestling fan. Allegedly. I do have a wrestling YouTube channel. So that is the thing. Favorite wrestler? Macho Man. We got, and I've actually shown off that Macho card. It's like, that was a really fun one. And $1 Million Man. I like the villains.
Speaking of you being a wrestling fan, this weekend we have Mick Foley coming into the shop.
Are you going to fight him?
Are
you going to fight him with a barbed wire bat?
Oh, God, yeah. I don't know what personality is coming. I don't know if I'm getting Cactus Jack, which is my favorite.
Yeah, you got 3 faces.
Dude Love.
I thought you would have been a big Dude Love guy. I'm surprised.
No. So I don't know which character is showing up, but he will be. I will be hanging out with Mr. Foley this weekend, if all goes according to plan.
Very nice. So there's 2 things I wanted to make sure I touch on. So part of the reason I brought it up was number one, since all that was kind of combined, I thought it was kind of funny. Also, and we'll touch on it more a little bit. I actually received a piece of mail from Brad Hartland, your favorite Brad. Oh yes.
Stop it. Is it a box ticking?
Was that?
Was it ticking? Because the ones he sends me tick, and I just throw them away.
No, but I'm going to tell you, I wasn't expecting it. But as soon as I saw it, I was like, wow, chef's kiss. Because it's a Venn diagram of things we've talked about on this channel. And I got to give Brad credit. This made sense. What was in that package, what was in that envelope, was a card coaster. I'm showing the back right now. I'm just showing the back. This is the back of the coaster.
Okay.
This is just corkboard. It's just the logo of the coaster. I'm about to flip over the coaster.
Okay. Make screen big. Make screen big.
I'm going to make it big. Here we go.
Whoops. No. There we go.
So here we go. So here's the brand. It's Card Coasters.
Okay.
And it's Trout and Otani. You got a shiny Trout and an Otani there. You got a Fish Boy coaster. And there's actually like a laminated coaster with like corkboard on the bottom. This is a legit coaster.
I love it.
In addition to my regular coaster, my regular coaster.
Regular coaster, yes.
In addition, I now have a legit Fish Boy card coaster. The drink has gone on the coaster. Excellent.
The eagle has landed.
Props to Brad. Well done. Well played. Well played. Well played. Well played. I didn't realize that was a thing, but now that I realize it's a thing, love it. Bubbles it says, just release a 100 card Tony Storm set. Nah, you're thinking, sir. Now you're thinking. Cup of coffee in the big time. That's right. Good evening, Dom. Is he bringing back the thumbtacks? Are you jumping around instead thumbtacks, Eric? That'd be good.
I will not be jumping around on thumbtacks. No.
Psh. I would pay money to see Mankind give Eric the mandible claw.
I will not allow him to do any such thing.
That's what he says. Brendan Ryan, good evening. I've heard of those. There you go. Good times. I was a big fan. As soon as I got the package, I was like, I'm not expecting anything. What the hell? Usually Brad gives me a heads up that something's coming. It's like in this case, it just showed up. I went to the mailbox this week and I was like, what the hell is this? I opened it up and then I see that. I'm like, well played, Harlan. Well played. I like it. And he was like, well, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get just a Fish Boy one. I go, well, given that Otani struck him out and they're kind of they're linked forever, it still works. It's still on theme. It's still on brand. I like it. I like it. Yep. That coaster's back might be strong enough to carry your drinks. Perhaps not. Few coasters are. But I do, it's the thought that counts. And I do appreciate the thought because clearly that thought went into it of the carousel selection of the folks on Filling the Coaster. They've been spoken of many times on this live stream.
Now, look at it again. Is Shohei pitching or hitting?
He's hitting in that one.
No. See, if
it had been pitching, it would have been like perfect. Yes.
Perfect. Because we all go back to, the World Baseball Classic.
I actually had the card here.
You're right.
Yep. I'm still working on, I think I made reference to that. I think I made reference to on the podcast that, Bobby is going to be setting up at that GTA show coming up in the middle of September. And I'll be joining him. So I've actually been right now. The table is full of piles of cards as I start working on figuring out how to sort through these things. I've got part of it figured out, but some of it's still a work in progress. I was actually thinking about going to the Collecticon this weekend, but obviously it would have been a little problematic with two shows so close to each other. It's like, no, I mentioned it to Bobby and I just said, and he goes, no, probably not. And I go, yeah, makes sense. So we'll focus our attention on that GTA show, but hopefully I'll do a video about the experience one way or the other. I don't expect anything crazy, but I would love to maybe move a couple of cards.
Yeah.
But it'll be fun anyway. Hang out. It'll be good times.
I'm looking forward to hear how both of you do at it. I was going to go to a local show that has Jerry Cheevers and Grant Fuhr both at the show on Monday, but that is when I will be driving my daughter back to college and moving her into her dorm room. So I will not be able to see Jerry or Grant this time around, which is disappointing because the last time Grant was in town, I ended up going out to dinner with him. And I was kind of hoping that would possibly fall into my lap again. But it's not there's not enough time in the day.
Devastating. Tragic.
I think so.
Without a doubt. Bubbles says, I would gently lay beer on Fragile Trout, but probably slam beer on most other players. That's fair. That's fair. Breaking. Carlos has a new coaster. It's very important. This is big time, man. This is big.
Big time.
Listen, I'm very picky about my coasters.
Yes.
Very picky. There have been a lot of coasters over here. But this one, pretty solid. Pretty solid.
Your original coaster didn't last.
It didn't last. The second one's done pretty well, though. The second one's still in pretty good shape, all things considered. But now we got this third one here. So I'm going to alternate between the second coaster version 2.0 and the new one that Brad sent over. Because I'm liking the new one. It fits beautifully. It's a nice square. It's got a good shape. It's got the cork bottom, so it doesn't slide on the table. It's pretty good. Pretty good. So Simon 466 cards, good evening to you. Will you be attending the GTA show? I assume you're meaning the middle September one, then that'll be the one, yes. So in terms of that setting up, yes, that's the plan. Bobby got the table, and the plan is we're going to set up a little bit. I've got a little bit of space carved out where I'm going to put some stuff in there. It's going to be for, spoiler, it's going to be heavy on the wrestling. I got lots Lots of extra.
Wrestling.
Yeah, I will put some fun stuff though. I actually will have a $1 million man autograph. Fancy schmancy $1 million man autograph.
Did you see he's coming to the Montreal Expo?
Ted DiBiase?
Yes.
That's a good one for them, actually.
And do you know someone who lives close by that could maybe get some stuff signed for you?
So I think it would be interesting. I will say this actually will lead me to a topic that I want to touch on here in a moment, because the Toronto Expo has also added a couple of additional signers. So this is actually a topic I wanted to touch on. We'll get to it in a second. So short answer, yes, we're going to be setting up for sure. I'm going to be mostly just trying to have some fun with it. It's not going to be a lot of money to participate in this one, so that's good. But yeah, looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun. I've never set up at a show before, so this will be a new one to me. But at the same time, it's going to be one of those deals where it's going to be Bobby's table, but at the same time, I'm going to help him out and do my own little thing there on the side. And we'll see how it goes. I would just love to move a couple of items. That's really the big thing for me. If I can move some stuff, that would enlighten my load. That's really all I'm shooting to do, and have a little bit of fun with it. And we'll make some content out of it.
The last time I set up a table, quote unquote, it was a yard sale at my parents, my original birth home, my parents' home. And I didn't sell anything. And I was probably like 14 or something. I had a monster box filled with cards, and I didn't sell one thing. That was the last time I set up.
Yep. Well, we're gonna have to see. I've got definitely some cheaper boxes of stuff. So if somebody is interested in it, they'll be able to pick up some cards really cheap. I'm certainly motivated to move a bunch of them. Some of the nicer ones I'll be a little bit pickier on, but I'll price some of that stuff to move, and we'll see how it goes. I've done really well on the eBay stuff, honestly, selling it, so it hasn't been much of a challenge or an issue. I've done well. Like obviously Danhausen sold very well, and I've got another one that is a nice one, and we'll see if that one ends up on eBay. We'll see if that one ends up selling. But I've done very well on that stuff. And actually, I'll be opening up in a couple of minutes. I actually went to the Walmart while we were doing errands, and I picked up some little blister packs of the AW Allure, which I've done very well on the Allure. So may as well pick up some blasters. Disappointing because I can't ask Grant about winning the 88 Cup.
Well, hold on, just real quick. Paul, you're not wrong. Because that did come up at dinner, and we had a good laugh about it. And I told him, because how I feel about things is very, very important to him, as you can imagine. I told him that I'm mostly over it now. And
so you lied to him.
I did.
You lied to his face.
I did. I told them that I was mostly over it now. And there's no hard feelings, and he had a good laugh at me, and I don't think it was with me. I think it was at me.
Yes,
and,
correct.
Yeah. He said he was so happy, very sarcastically. He said he was very happy to hear that. So we had a good laugh. Yeah, words were said. I didn't let it go. So I want Paul to know that when I had the opportunity, things were said.
Yep. Brendan, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. We'll give him a minute. There he goes. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Hey,
what's up, guys? I thought I would hop on for a little bit, and I didn't catch earlier what you all were talking about, but did anybody catch the video explanation of the Brock Purdy?
Yes, I did. I will link it in the description. So we did that conversation about that Brock Purdy card with the dented corner and the sticker and the whole bit. So the buyer of it made it. He has a YouTube channel, so he made a video talking about it, giving his side of the whole thing and how it played out. I was okay with it in terms of what he was talking about. I'm still in the camp. Like he took at least some responsibility for it. And again, you literally could have just flipped it over to the back. And he showed it. So that's good. I'll give he's a young man. I will give him credit for not complaining and bitching and moaning about it. He actually said, like, no, it is my fault. I did try to see if I could get some stuff figured out with it and whatever. I also think the dealer was being shifty and shady about it, but both these things can be true at the same time. Both of these statements can be accurate, and that's okay.
Well,
but I thought it was interesting, and I'll include a link in the description for folks that want to check it out.
his story didn't make much sense to be. I mean, he did clarify and say it was his fault. He also admitted that he was just being greedy, as I talked about in the podcast. I was wondering if he was zoned in on what it was, but
and checked it and
he said
confirmed that
that
he didn't really look at the comp because the comp was on the same card.
Yeah, and he said he got it for $6,500. But the part where it got screwy for me is he said that he doesn't believe the actual dealer he bought it from put the sticker there because the dealer claimed he had just gotten the card like 45 minutes prior.
It's an inventory control number, Brandon. We've seen this happen to hobby goats.
Yes.
And then the guy gave him like $1,500 trade as well, so that knocked the price down even further of what he got it for. But I don't know. The story was a bit confusing. If the dealer paid $7,500 or close to that, and then was just willing to hand out bargains, I guess. But I don't know. Anyway, yeah, there's a video up if anybody wanted explanation of it from the source, I guess.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll include. I did bookmark it so that I have it available, and after the live goes live, so for folks that watch on replay, I will include a link to it in the description. And if you want to check it out, you can check it out directly for yourself. I will make that link available so that you can go and check it out at your leisure. I want to make sure we have that on there. So Sam was saying, I'm intrigued how busy that show will be. It's kind of a restart, Bobby, because he's promoted shows previously. This is kind of a restart for him, right?
It is a restart, but his last shows were really good. Well, they were small, but he did do some bigger ones, and those ones were always successful. Yep. So the smaller ones, not as good, but very busy. But the aisles were pretty narrow, so it always looked busy.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, Bobby, and you were offline when we were briefly mentioning it. I will say you bought the table. I've got a little bit of space there. I'll be setting up there with you. But I think we're definitely going to have an interesting contrast. We're going to have the knickknacks and trinkets and then some of the wrestlers. So I think I'm going to stick mainly to that. I will bring some other stuff just for variety's sake. Sure. But it's going to be, it's good. I'm doing it mostly to have some fun with it. I think it's going to be interesting to have a good time and enjoy it.
Yeah.
You're going to need to get yourself some championship belts, Carlos, so you can mix your wrestling in with the trinkets.
Maybe. But like I said, for me, it's going to be fun. Now, Brandon, I don't know if you caught this. Did you see my new coaster?
Mm-hmm.
I seen you. I was kind of paying it. I had you over on this screen.
Just say no.
I was trying to listen.
Yeah, just to go with no.
No, he showed something with like a C on the bottom. Yeah. And then on the back, it like actually is a coaster or something, right? Okay.
No,
yeah.
Well, the front is a coaster. This is the logo and the corkboard bottom of it. And there's your front of it.
I seen the C. I didn't see the front. So Trout.
Yeah, you got to have a fish boy Otani.
Nice.
Duel. Yes.
That's
very thoughtful.
Quality.
Very thoughtful of Brad to bring a new coaster into the rotation here.
Is their pop numbers higher than the other maker? Do we have competition?
I don't know. Listen, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe if they've got some Pokemans, maybe they'll have more coasters. Who knows? That's been the secret for the other guys. So here's Paul saying, I could have happened to a better guy. Speaking of the buyer here, the guy sets up a local shows, and if it's going to happen to someone, at least it happened to the right guy. It seems that Paul is a little bit neutral on this. I don't think he has any strong feelings about it one way or the other. Bubbles says, I want to lecture the buyer and slap the seller. Fair. Fair. Seems fair. Like that seems like a fair response to me. Seems very reasonable. Paul C says, has inventory control number on the bingo card? Boom. Took care of it for you, Paul. CC says, the buyer of the $6,500 Purdy got lucky. In my opinion, the dealer had zero obligation to give him the $1,500 refund by way of cards. It is true. Like so I'm going to state this. Again, back to what I said earlier, two things can be true at the same time. Two things can be true. The dealer was shady for putting the sticker in that spot. But the point of going to a card show, the whole point of going to you literally get to handle the card before you leave with it. You have it in your hand. There is nothing, unless he physically restrains you from flipping the card over or saying, hey, can I take a look at the card outside of the, you have your right. If you're spending $200, you certainly have the right to take a second and take a quick look at it. Thousands of dollars, no, without question. Like, what are we even talking about? You have the right to be like, hey, can I just, or you can ask them to take it out of the sleeve. You don't even have to be the one doing it. You can say, hey, can I take a quick peek out of the sleeve? Great. I think that's perfectly fine. you're within your right to do that. Exercise your right. But in the video, he talks about it, and he's kind of talking about, basically acting instinctively and trying to get what he felt was a deal. And it's like, well, it wasn't a deal. So you are responsible for making a bad call. All it would have taken is 5 seconds to take a little closer look at it, and you would have seen it and go like, wait a minute, hold on. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, what's Bobble's thoughts on the poorly graded Chamberlain? I don't know if it's poorly graded. It's definitely overgraded. So the 61 Fleer Chamberlain, Brandon? The one that SGCP touted. So it's got a rough cut on the one side. I think it's a super clean card. Like the image, the registration, look, it's a good, like if 61 Fleer basketball, that is a great looking copy. I don't think it's a 10. I think they could have used the 9.5. They have the option.
I think I put it in the Discord when the card. I believe Neo shared the card in the Discord first,
Sure.
and then I watched the Instagram video, and I think I even commented in there. I don't think it was a private message, but I watched Pete's reaction, and he said something, and just paraphrasing, perfectly centered 50-50 or something. And I said,
it wasn't 50-50. It's very nicely
it's not 50-50
centered. It's very
at all. Like he exaggerated.
It is very nicely centered. It is nicely centered.
Top to bottom, it's off.
Sure.
Yeah.
And getting a grade on those 61s is tough. We have actually had a Bill Russell from that set get an 8 through our submission. I mean, when you're getting up in I think it's easier to critique the high grades than it is the low grades, just because you don't see as many of them. Yeah. And we expect 10s to be perfect. So, especially at that level, it's a great card. You could tout it as the best Chamberlain we've seen. Is it a 10? I mean, that's arguable. And I think just being of that eye appeal, it's nice no matter what. So who knows? Again, I did, for Michael Hamm, I mentioned it right away. It wasn't perfectly centered. So that I did question. But hell, what's the difference in a really, really, really clean 9.5 and a 10?
I think at that stage, I don't think anyone... I just think, look, I don't care. Just to be clear, I don't care one way or the other. However, SGC is really good about, for the most part, about being, they're so concerned with their reputation on consistency and all that relative to it. It felt like they were eager to give it a 10 versus, the counter argument people say about pop control. In this case, it was almost like it is probably one of the nicer copies that you're going to see of that card. It's hard to imagine a nicer looking copy of that issue with the problems that it has. There is
sizing and everything.
There is no shame in a 9.5. None. Zero shame. It would still be a tremendously valuable and very nice card where the high-end buyer is still going to love it. They would still be very interested.
Here's the interesting question, and it's easy to critique because SGC has the 9.5. Do you think PSA would give it the 10? Because they don't have the 9.5.
I don't think at this point they would. In the past, I think they would have. I think they 100% in the past would have given it a 10. I really do. I think today they would not, for the reason of scrutiny. Because the same people that were complaining, they'd yell bloody murder if PSA gave it. That's what made me surprised that SGC would be willing to do it so flippantly and then promote the hell out of it. It's a bold move. Like, I give them credit. It's a bold move. But it's like, that's a little dangerous, man, because you guys, your rep is how relatively consistent and stringent and all that you are comparatively to some of these other ones. So if you're not going to be careful, then that's what you end up with, is that you're going to get more scrutiny. So it's so I'm surprised, again, given they have a 9.5, which again is not an insult. That's not a bad grade at all. That's a tremendous grade. So the infamous, the 52 Topps Mantle that sold for the record price was a 9.5, wasn't it? So clearly you can sell it for amazing money in a 9.5, especially if there is no better copy out there.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with that. You're fine. I think it's kind of interesting. And I think it's a good comp, by the way, with the 52 mantle. Price of the 10 versus 9.5 is massive. Is it though? If there isn't really a better copy?
Yeah, and how do you
I mean,
comp
there's
it?
only so many of them going to be out there. Like,
How
Exactly.
do you comp it?
Exactly. So that's the reason why I use that 52 mantle example. There are PSA 10s of that mantle. They exist.
Yeah.
But that 9.5 sold for record price. The argument was that the 10 would sell for X multiples more. Sure. But the reality of it is we will never know until someone tries it. Someone has to do the deal for us to find out what that number would be. Our expectations it would be more. How much more?
The other side of that is, I mean, unless it's a case of somebody like a set registry person or something like that,
Yes.
buying the 10, you can critique a PSA 10 mantle just as well as you could critique a SGC 10 Wilt Chamberlain.
Yes.
And someone might feel that the 9.5 eye appeal was better than maybe whatever PSA 10 got put up for sale. So at that point, you're just buying the label. Are you really buying the better card? So
yeah,
that's why I said at the upper levels on that kind of stuff, it's easy to critique. It's easy to find a flaw.
No doubt. I think it does make for an interesting conversation. For me, more than anything else, I just think that it is such a nice card of a set that is notoriously condition sensitive, has a lot of things that can go wrong. So I still think it was interesting. And it also gave us a nice segue into the Wemby discussion. And then we were able to segue that into the Topps composite, the football. Again, Topps, 2 unlicensed products coming from Topps, and the difference in the way people responded to it, which I thought was very interesting. I enjoyed the discourse, how much nicer people are being about Topps composite football in the brief videos that I watched versus them doing the basketball one and trashing it hard.
Hey, this whole Topps scenario is getting interesting because
it is.
Like, I understand the excitement of Topps coming back and getting it in basketball and football because it's been a while since we've had that. And we grew up with Topps as, a staple of our childhood and everything. So I get that aspect.
So I just want to pause you for 1 second. I want to make sure. So we're going to finish that thought. But before we do, I just want to make sure. So Jeff, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up and give me a signal. Give him a chance here to see. So I've got Eric's friend on there. So if you can hear me, Jeff, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up so that I know you're good. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to get you into the conversation. Hang tight for 2 seconds. I just want Brandon to finish his thought. So go ahead. I wanted to make sure you finish your thought before we continue.
I was just saying it's kind of funny how accepting it's become of the unlicensed stuff just because it's Topps. I mean, and I was actually on, Eric will like this because I know he is a super fan of Leaf. I was on looking at some Leaf stuff of some players, and I'm wondering if the unlicensed market isn't getting some strength to it, because some of them Leaf cards are going for pretty decent numbers. With the unlicensing and the silliness of octopuses and cyclops and Dracula.
You're just saying that because Eric is buying Reggie Lemon cards. That's the only reason why.
I wasn't even looking at Reggie. I was looking at
those cards. The comp is negatives. The comp is you pay them to take it away. That's the comp. And Eric is actually giving them money, which is like 50 million X the hobby. He's basically carrying it on his own back. That's what's happening there. All right, we'll get back to making fun of Eric in a moment. So, Jeff, I want to welcome you. First of all, Eric mentioned that you could give us a little context in this conversation. So I'll circle it back around to the Wilt Chamberlain card.
All right.
That's what we were talking about a little earlier. So first, can you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself since your first time here.
Sure. My name is Jeff Hart. I'm a Patriot_sports cards on Instagram. And, I mostly collect vintage basketballs, my niche that I'm known for. So been doing it. I've been a lifelong collector, but pretty hardcore into it since 2005. So I'm going almost at my 20-year mark of doing PSA graded cards.
Perfect. And just to show here, I'm showing the Instagram page here as well, just so we can see it. And obviously, in terms of the conversation we were having a little earlier tonight, so you can see here a 61 Fleer Chamberlain in an 8.5, also a very, very nice copy. So we've got that on there. And so actually, so when Eric mentioned that we had somebody here that could maybe speak to this, obviously, I'm not a basketball card guy. So, and I always acknowledge that off the top, but I still thought it was a very interesting discussion. I thought it was a very interesting topic because obviously this is, and you can speak to it better than the rest of us can. So as we're talking, I'm going to share the Will Chamberlain card on the screen. We're going to have that on there so we can all look at it. And at the same time, so give us a little context. I know a little bit about it. I know enough to be dangerous. So give us a little context though, and tell us how difficult is it to find ones that are nicely registered, clean image, stuff like this.
This is an absolute unicorn. I was absolutely speechless and taken aback when I heard this. This is where, like, for me, like, this is where dreams come true. You don't see this stuff every day. And, I don't know how much you talked about the backstory, but, from what I've heard, this was found in a closet with a couple other packs. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if they were like partially opened or whatever, but, whoever found them decided to open them, which is a big question in itself, right? Because those packs are probably worth $5,000 sealed each one of those by himself.
No doubt. Yeah.
But they open them, and look and behold, lucky for them, they open the pack, and 2 cards out of the pack, this one right here, turned out to be the best looking copy of a Wilt Chamberlain that's ever been surfaced in the history of finds. And they also found an in-action copy, Wilt Chamberlain, which graded a 9, which was pretty impressive as well. And the other 4 cards were off-centered. So, I mean, so be it. The two cards that were looking really nice were both Wilt Chamberlains, which is just amazing.
Fantastic. So again, that jives with a lot of what I know. I participate in vintage, card collecting as well. It's one aspect of what I collect. Mostly baseball, a little bit of football, and a little bit of hockey as well. But I'm not a basketball card guy. But just knowing vintage, we're talking about a lot of these issues. Yeah. Basketball has that weird distinction because it's got all these gaps. You've got the gaps between. Please fill me in if I missed one. But you got the 48 Bowman, then you've got a gap. The next major set is the 57 Tops, then gap, then this is the next major set right after that.
Right. Yep.
So that pushes it right into a different category because you've got all these Hall of Famers, and some of them are not first year, but there's a gap in between. You don't have another card, so this becomes the rookie for a lot of these guys.
Yep.
Absolutely. So what's interesting about this? So this is what I want to kind of ask you. So since you're here and you can give us a little context of it, obviously it's a spectacular looking card. The registration, the centering is very good. It's not perfect, but it's very good. Like it's very good on there, clean. But the key thing to this is it's got a little bit of a rough cut on the edge.
Oh yeah.
From the hockey side, we know that from the 79 Gretzky, because obviously that's infamous with the O-Pee-Chee Gretzky. The rough cut is standard operating procedure in our world, so we know this.
Yep.
I don't mind it. Like I'm not morally opposed, but at the same time, SGC has a 9.5, and they hold their 10 in such high esteem. Did they just get really excited when they could have used the 9.5? It wouldn't have been an insult.
No, but it's not frowned upon with 61 Fleer.
Sure. Is it typical?
It's typical. And I mean, I don't want to say it's desired, but it is
confirms it wasn't
not out of the ordinary. Like it's like the O-Pee-Chee. You kind of see that and you're like, okay, this is legit, type of thing.
Yeah. Agreed. Exactly. So for the hockey one, so the argument for it is that it actually makes people more comfortable. In O-Pee-Chee that does not have the rough cut, you're immediately suspicious because it is so common with that issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, this copy doesn't bring, if it didn't have it, it wouldn't bring any suspicion to it.
Sure.
But when you see it, it's not like it's, frowned upon or going to hurt the grade type of thing.
Okay. Absolutely.
But now, what blows me away about this copy is the color and the registration. I've seen hundreds of copies, and I've never seen anything like this. So, I mean, this is just so deep and bold. What you'll see is on the bottom, right? The line goes straight across. Usually on most copies, if you look at it, you go out and look at other copies, you'll see it kind of, whereas uniform is, it kind of goes up a little bit and back down. It's almost like offset. It's completely in alignment. And you'll also see white around his shoulders and under his armpit. And you do not see that at all. So it is, the registration is
perfect,
almost perfect.
Absolutely. And that's what I kind of, again, even as someone who is not deep into these waters, I know some of these sets and some of these issues and register. So simple thing, high level thing to say. A lot of the folks in the chat are very seasoned collectors. They get this, but it still bears repeating. It's worth repeating. In vintage, the eye appeal is the thing. Two cards that are seemingly equivalent, there could be a major difference in how the eye appeal comes out. So when you look at this card and you just look at it right away, you look at the color, you look at the registration, you look at those components of it. For a lot of the collectors that are looking for stuff like this is the kind of stuff they're looking for. This is what they want. Absolutely. Now, one of the things that's kind of interesting here about this, again, a very exciting find from that perspective. And to your point, it is accepted. And if that's the case, then that makes a lot of sense to me. My curiosity about this is going to be, it's almost weird at this point when you see a card of this vintage coming in, a new find out of nowhere with this kind of registration. The backstory itself kind of makes it interesting as well, but obviously it is a crazy card. Now, this is one of them, I guess maybe I would pose this question. So as a collector, this would be something. If you had somehow come across this and this had been your find, and you go and you decide, hey, you found a lottery ticket. Congratulations. Good job by you. Is this the kind of thing that you think would move in a private deal, or is this the kind of thing that would go to market in kind of an auction? What do you think would be the play on something like this now?
Well, do you know what happened to the card? Do you know where the current state of it is?
I do not.
Isn't it behind you?
Well, it's already been decided.
Okay. Go on.
But I would say normally this should go right to auction.
Okay.
And unless someone comes and blows you away with a number that the person, whoever found this, is happy with. But otherwise, a PSA 10, I mean, since I've been collecting vintage basketball, a PSA 10 hasn't come to market in probably 15 years.
Yep.
At least. So who the hell knows what this thing would sell for? So you kind of have to bring it out there and just kind of let the chips fall as they may.
What kind of guess could you make on it, though?
Yeah. So with this copy specifically in an SGC holder, I would say between $1 million and $1.5 million.
Okay.
And I think if it was in a PSA holder, it would be 2+ without any question. So instant 500K bump within a PSA holder if it crossed.
If it crossed,
yeah.
Would a lot of that for you be based on the registry? Folks that are like registry folks that like would want it to be at the top of the food chain? Yeah,
I mean, that's a big part of it for sure. But it's also, most people that are collecting the set, most of their cards they have are already PSA. So they're going to gravitate towards that. I don't know of anyone collecting the set and just strictly SGC holders, maybe a mix, but not like just SGC.
Why?
For sure.
First of all, Jeff, thanks for coming on. It's good seeing you.
You too.
Hope to see you and talk to you soon. Why do you think when this card was found, it ended up at SGC and not PSA? Do you have any background on why that decision was made?
I don't know. I haven't talked to the people, so I don't know what their decision process was, but I can say this. It's much more difficult to get it into a PSA 10 holder. So what they probably said was, SGC is good at vintage, which they are.
Yep.
And, let's bring it to them first and see what they would give it for a grade. And then they maybe would consider looking at PSA second. So if you're the the person that found this card, if it gets into a PSA 9 holder, this would be the nicest PSA 9 that's ever existed.
Right.
And what are they selling for? About $200,000 or something like that. maybe this goes for 300,000. But if this gets into a, and then a jump to a PSA 10 is a much bigger jump. There's no 9.5 differential, right? So maybe they were hoping if they can get it into an SGC 9.5, they would get a premium from a PSA 9. And the difference in PSA versus SGC and vintage is not as significant as, like a BGS to a PSA or something like that. So I think they were thinking, well, if we can get into a high grade with SGC, probably PSA might not give it a PSA 10. And if it's only a 9, we're only going to get 200,000-300,000. But if we can get it into an SGC 9.5 or a 10, then we're going to get at least $500,000, $1 million. And that's the way to go out of the gate. That'll be my guess.
I'm sorry that your wife only allowed you to spend 900,000 and it went over that, because I know you really wanted it.
I really did. I had someone with deeper pockets outbid me, unfortunately, but this was a card that I was just I had to take a seat, and catch my breath for a little bit and make sure it was real before I move forward.
Sounds fair. Now, based on what you do know, as you said, it is spoken for now. Based on that, do you expect that this one will now go into kind of hiding? Is this kind of buried in the collection for the moment, based on what you do know about it?
What I do know is that it was bought privately.
Okay.
And it was, what I can say is they didn't tell me the exact number, but I can tell you it was over 7 figures.
Sure.
That's all I know. It's all I know at this point.
Right.
And the person I know is building the set, and they're starting to build the set in PSA holders. So what I can see as the future of the card is, at some point, and there's no rush, they'll probably, fly this thing out to California and sit down with Nat Turner or whoever, and, Reza, or, whoever the head graders are, and have a discussion and see if they can maybe move it over. But I don't know if he's in a rush to do that, but that's probably the game plan at some point.
I know cracking cards is very typical, and people do it all the time. When you have a $1 million plus card, is it really worth the risk of something happening?
No, you don't do it.
No, I wouldn't. But to move, you're talking about moving it over to PSA. Well, the only way to move it over to PSA is to somehow open that. No,
not necessarily. I mean, well, first of all, you don't come across a card like this every day. So whoever at PSA, they're not in the dark. They'll have heard the story and have known about it. I mean, PSA owns SGC. So, it's not like they don't know this thing exists. They may have not looked at it in person right in front of their face. But the provenance is already there. So all they need is basically just get it in front of them physically and then make their decision of what they want to do.
Right. Now, I think one thing, kind of piggybacking off of Eric's thought there, and kind of to what you were saying, I don't know if he's going to do it next year, but this past year, and I think the year before, Nat Turner did the thing where he made that offer where they would look at. And I did hear an interview where he talked about that, where obviously they had a lot of people take him up on it. But I think one of the things he was kicking around was maybe upping the threshold to make it be so that they wouldn't quite have to discuss so many. This would still qualify. Like, even if you up the threshold, it wouldn't be that big a problem.
Yeah.
That would be a way that you could get an audience in the venue, where if you decided to make the move and they said they would cross it, there you go. It's kind of a one-stop shop. It all happens in one move, and then you've got it in the new holder if that's what you want.
And if I was PSA, if I was them, I mean, this is by far, I've seen, like I told you, I've seen so many copies of this card. I've seen a lot of 9s, and nothing's close to this copy. If
Have
I
you
was
seen the
them,
10s as well?
What's that? I've actually never seen one of the 310s.
Okay.
But I have heard through tales and stories, as they go, that 2 out of the 3 probably wouldn't get an 8 today.
Okay. That jives. I gave a comp that's very similar to the discussion that we've had with the 10 Gretzkys.
Yeah.
And it's very similar to the conversation we can have with some of the 10 Manals, the 52 tops Manals. It's almost the same issue. The SUC 95 sold for a record price. What would the PSA 10 go for? Somebody would have to make it available. Somebody's got to call Marshall Fogel and be like, hey, sell it. And maybe we'll find out.
Right. I know Ken Kendricks and I know Marshall Fogels, right? Those two.
Yeah. And there's whoever owns the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks owner is one of the ones.
Ken Kendrick. Yep.
That's the one. That's
yeah. So, I mean, I have no doubt in my mind, even without seeing the other ones, that this one is probably superior to any of those three. So if I was them and they want to, you know, keep the best of the best and put it in PSA holders, I would probably cross it. But I mean, who am I to say, right? I mean, it's to me, it's worthy, but you know, we'll see what they want to do.
Makes sense. So I do have a couple of questions here for you, and thank everybody for the patience. I wanted to make sure we had a chat because Jeff obviously follows a little background on it, and I will leave a link to his Instagram as well. You can check out some of the other cards he's got on there. He showcased some really great cards, so I think that's a lot of fun. And you did attend the most recent national. I got a question for you on that, but let me go and make sure I go through here first. Bubbles was asking, so what is Jeff's favorite vintage player set card? What is your favorites?
Favorite set is 61 Fleer basketball.
Okay.
And I would, in just vintage player in general, I'd probably have to go with Bill Russell.
Sure.
But for
jives with the Celtics fandom. It jives with that.
That's right. Yep. I'm a Boston guy. And I would probably, you know, this is not exciting here, but I would probably say the Wilt is my favorite card that I own.
Gotcha. So we got that one figured out. Ken Scarborough here says PSA and SGC are owned by Collectors Universe, which they are. They still have different graders. Yes, they do. That's all accurate. He would never cross this. It would still get top dollar on SGC slab. So that's one of the things where it will still get top dollar because it's still a quality card. So the vintage collector who says, I want the nicest or the one that, you know, based on what Jeff is giving background on here, they will still pay for it. The 52,000 Mantle thing is a perfect example of that. It went into 8 figures. They didn't care that it was an SGC slab. They said, this card is phenomenal. I want it. I will pay good money for it. But there is still a little bit of premium put on the brand, especially there are some set registry guys who would love to have the nicest copy that matches the rest of the set. So that's kind of a thing that we want to make sure we take into account. That's important. So, but you're right. It would still get, obviously it did. Like it literally sold, you know, a private sale for 7 figures. So it's big money anyway. Didn't hurt it being an SGC holder at all. So here real quick. Paul here says, Jeff, what's your favorite way to torment Eric? Oh, that's a valid question at all times.
I don't know. Maybe I have to talk to him. I'll say no hockey allowed in this conversation, and and then it'll just really twist him a little bit there.
Hey, look at that guy in his cup.
Yeah, he's trying to get in good with you and with 540 flips. I know what's going on there. Of the big four, who has the better grading scale? That's very open interpretation. Better is it depends on what your objective is. Is the real answer to that question. Very open.
Since Jeff said he likes 61 Fleer and Bill Russell, I sent you a text, Carlos. I don't know if it popped up or not, but he might enjoy it.
Yeah, the Russell. Yeah, hold on. I will see if I can pull that up and share it. You'll have to bear with me a minute on that, but I'll get it there. So Ken, if you check it out in the very beginning of the live stream for maybe about 10-15 minutes, we specifically talked about Johnny Gaudreau. We 100% did. We made sure to talk about it right off the top of the broadcast. So if you want to check it out, you're more than welcome. I will not be offended. You can rewind back to the beginning of the episode. We spent some time talking about it. Eric is obviously very passionate about the topic, and I wanted to make sure we got it in off the top and talked about it and had a little bit of fun with it. But by all means, you're more than welcome to check it out and come back and join us when you're ready. Yeah, no worries. You're all good. But I just want to make sure we mention that we did discuss that off the top. So I will see if I can get this image. It'll take me a moment, Brandon, but in the meantime. So let me ask you, just while I'm doing this, you did attend the National, and I did see a couple of images. I was scanning your Instagram kind of as we were chatting as well, just so that I could get caught up and check it out. By the way, excellent work. Some really nice cards on there. I can appreciate it. Even if it's not my main sport, I can still appreciate some excellent cards when I'm seeing them. But the question I would have for you is, obviously you attended the National. What were your impressions? How did it go for you? What were your thoughts on this one?
Like everyone, right? So I thought that it was, the logistical issues that people have had weren't as bad for me as some. I didn't have my own car, so I didn't have to worry about parking or any of that. You know, I usually in the national, I'm just, going strong all day. So I'm not eating, not peeing, it's like you're just going straight all day. So all this stuff that people had difficulty with, it really didn't bother me at all. So all in all, I mean, honestly, I thought it was an amazing show. I thought that attendance was really strong. I thought that the quality of stuff there was great. And I was pretty positive just overall about everything. I thought it went really well. I mean, especially for the location, and I'm just pumped for the future. I thought it was great.
That's good. Do you think, though, even though the logistics didn't bother you, given where things are at now, has it outgrown Cleveland and venues of that type?
I think so. I mean, I think that I think it clearly demonstrated, and it teetered a little bit last year of things are strong. Obviously with Chicago last year, they moved into a little bit bigger section, so it was a bigger Chicago show than it was in prior years. And they were able to handle that, and we pushed it to the limits. And then Cleveland here, same thing. I think 3 years in Chicago, we're all excited. Okay, great, it's Chicago, 3 years in a row, awesome. But we have to be careful what we wish for, I think, because to exactly your point, I think the test is going to be to see what next year is like. So if all of a sudden it is just a complete shit show where there's just, no room for people to move, if they haven't had the temperature and the Wi-Fi,
the air conditioning,
yet, right? If you haven't figured out those two things and you haven't expanded it a little bit more, God help us for the next 2 years after that. So I would say, I don't know. Let's just wait and see what happens. Like, I hope that if it doesn't go well next year, then we're screwed for the 2 years after that. That's all I have to say.
Yeah,
sure.
I hope that they could. And I don't know if there's more room to expand than what we've been allowed, in prior years. But let's the general location is good, but let's see what they can do with the venue, and maybe they could, improve on what's been a pain point in the past.
Jeff, to my knowledge, you did not go to Fanatics Fest, did you?
I did. Yeah,
you did.
I actually worked the event. Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Well, you can tell us about that too.
Well, compare and contrast then. How did you? I want to make a caveat. I consider them to be two distinctly different types of events. I consider the National to be a card show. I consider Fanatics to be an event, a con, a fest, that has a card show in it.
So, but my first, I do want to hear you compare, but just to stay on this topic for another second, you've been to the National in a couple over the years in a couple of different locations, and now you've been, to Fanatics Fest in that location.
Yeah.
From what I have been told, and I haven't talked to you in a while, so I didn't know if you went. The location was incredible. The venue was absolutely top tier. Would it make sense for the National to be held at the same place where Fanatics Fest was?
I would say no.
Okay.
And not because the place isn't beautiful and everything about it is more convenient. Like, when I say more convenient, it's just well done, right? But it's because it's New York City. So you're going to have, I think it's going to be cost prohibitive for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
To do the National there. And for your hotel rooms, just in general, just getting there, eating out, all that kind of stuff. I think
tax. Everything's more expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say purely for cost reasons only, I would say it's not the ideal place for the National. But if you put that venue anywhere else in America, I would say it would be ideal.
Because the people that I have talked to, the Wi-Fi worked. There was plenty of bathrooms. Yeah. There was plenty of places to eat.
The food options are amazing.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. So it's like, what, and you made a great point of why it doesn't make sense to do it. the organizers of the National need to find a place similar to that's going to be more suitable, and stop going to basically giant warehouses where there's no air conditioning and bathrooms.
Right.
So I think actually, Bobby, it hurts me to do this. It hurts me. I want you all to know the integrity that I have on this show, that I am willing to say what needs to be said, even if it hurts me inside. Eric makes a valid point.
Oh, no.
That hurts me inside.
I knew sooner or later I was
Brandon, do you understand the level at which that hurts me?
You know, we've been doing this for 4 years, and I knew sooner or later I was going to make one.
We're taking
I might need to get another
drink.
I might need to get another drink is what I might need to do. I might need to pour a stronger drink is what I might need to do now, because of the horrible places. This is the darkest timeline right now. Is what's happening. This is the darkest timeline. But
timestamp it, Eric.
This is your moment, Eric. You might as well timestamp it. Okay. The reason why I say, though, that Eric brought up a valid point is because Jeff talked about one of the challenges. It is the cost prohibitive nature of it being New York. Yes. But there's also the other side of the equation. This is the part that sometimes gets neglected. And actually, a couple of weeks back, when I got a chance to link everybody to that interview with the gentleman who runs the Burbank show, where he actually did something that surprised me. He actually gave the number for the Anaheim Convention Center. He gave the number of how much they actually spent for the space that once upon a time held the National. So this is an interesting data point that we normally don't have. We're not show promoters, so we normally don't have this data point. He actually just threw it out there. $150,000 to get one of those hall spaces. And then $500,000 with the build outs and things they had done. Those are numbers he threw out that they had spent for the Burbank show, to where in 1991 they had held a National in that same hall. So this is interesting, very interesting, to give you a little bit of context. The Javits Center is a way more fancy facility. Jeff talked about the food and eating options. Yes, they got 2 Starbucks on site. They've got all these things. And to your point, the Wi-Fi works. All these things are great because it is a state-of-the-art convention center built for purpose. It is designed to house this kind of thing. They can house bigger things than what the National is capable of providing. But the problem is that also comes at a price. The Fanatics Fest was a money loser. It was them investing money in something they wanted to run, because their long-term perspective is this is a loss leader for us, but we're making money in all these other categories. We don't care. The National doesn't necessarily have that ability.
Right. Yeah.
So from that perspective, the only reason I wanted to make sure we mention that is because the National might not be a quote unquote profit organization. I think they're supposed to be a nonprofit, but they don't want to just throw money into a pit. So the problem is the giant warehouses are relatively cheap. The downside of that is your Wi-Fi doesn't work. The air conditioning might not be up to snuff. This is a problem. There's
no food. There's no bathrooms.
Yeah, there's a price to pay in order to make it work. And at the Javits Center thing, you're charging $50 per ticket on the low end, and you have all these additional charges, and you've got all these things. And all this stuff. $3,000 tables. That was another thing. The National guys would cry bloody murder if you said $3,000 tables this time around. They would 100% do that. They're not. It's not like they're cheap anyway, but they would cry bloody murder. And even then, they still lost money. $3,000 tables, $50 ticket fees on the low end. VIP were way more expensive, and yet they still lost money, hand over fist, running it. And they got, I think, 70,000 people through the door, which is about 70-ish% of what the National is doing right now. And they still lost their ass. Like, if you just run the numbers, they lost their ass. Yeah. But they ran a beautiful facility. And the Wi-Fi worked, and it was a good experience. Hopefully for Fanatics, that translates into their properties, which they promoted. This was truly a Fanatics Fest. Right. It's all about the brand, which is good for them. But they're willing to eat the loss. The National is not willing to eat. They will not eat $1 of loss if they can avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, I actually looked up just out of curiosity when people were talking about this, is what are the 10 largest convention centers in the United States, and just to see where the ones that we've been to, ranked, in that number. And I think, I don't even know if Rosemont or Atlantic City or any of those even made the top 10. it the most interesting thing to me, and I guess it's just because it's way too expensive, is there's another convention center in Chicago called McCormick Place.
Yes, I heard
That
about
is
this,
the
yes.
biggest in the entire country, bigger than anything in Vegas or whatever. And it's like we could probably barely fill a quarter of what's available for space in that, you know. And I mean, hey, that's if Chicago's the best location, why can't we go there? You know, but I mean, I guess it's too expensive, you know, from what I understand. But I mean that like it's not like that doesn't exist, you know, it's there.
Yeah.
So
that's the only reason. That's the only reason I brought up. I just my very first words out of my mouth. That's why I was very clear on this. They're two completely different things they're trying to put on. The National is a card show. The Fanatics Fest is a loss leader business kind of event, trade show event, whatever you want to call it, that has a card show element in it.
Right.
In some of the future Fanatics Fest, they may emphasize the card show a little more. You may get less. You're not going to get Tom Brady coming to your table to buy a card. I'm sorry. Maybe not this time. You're not going to have Jay-Z hanging out at his private club. Maybe this time. Maybe not. But you can still have some stuff. Doesn't mean you can't have some of the things included in it. You're not going to get all 15 WWE folks that have an entrance ramp that you can go, it's sorry, Eric. You're not going to get your chance to come out the Stone Cold Steve Austin theme. The dream is averted another day. But doesn't mean that they can't have some of these things. But some of these other shows and some of these other locations are going to be designed differently. The New York one, they wanted to go big for the first one, do all this stuff. But they threw money into a boat. Like it's in a hole. It's gone.
They did, right. Especially that 40-40 club that they built from scratch, right? That was
exactly.
Yeah.
But is it happening? Is it an event for people that went? Is it happening as an event? Yes. Is it a better experience in certain aspects than the other one? Yeah. If you're trying to compare the two things, it's not fair.
Right.
Now, I don't think it's unreasonable. This is maybe where we can find a happy medium. I don't know if they'd be willing to do this. For me, the Wi-Fi thing is inexcusable. You maybe it doesn't have to be the most modern facility, but I'm gonna need you to put in some more of these signal extenders because, by the way, that's a real thing. You can do that. That's something you can do. You got to throw a little money at that,
right? And that can't be that hard. I'm sorry. It's like,
from what I understand, there are companies that would do it. Like for the promotion of it, they would probably be willing to cut you a sweetheart deal to do it. Like the convention center should be interested in this from their perspective. But even the national guys should be like, well, can we do some kind of a deal where like, hey, put this up for us, get this, especially if you're going to be there for the next 3 years, then we need this thing. Let's invest a little money and get this thing installed so that the Wi-Fi works. Just a starting point.
I'm just really curious if what they're going to do next year. Are they going to make the basic improvements or not? Are they going to, open up the walls to, because as far as I understand, there was a portion of it still, even though they opened up a little bit more last year, there was still more they could have done too that they didn't. So I'm curious if it's going to be even bigger than it was the last time it was in Chicago, and if they're going to make some of the basic improvements, because it's really, for the national guys, this is really a test for them. If they can't make it work this year, like we're screwed for 2 more years after that. So I hope that they are able to, do what they got to do.
And if people that are going to go every year, are constantly having a bad experience, some people are going to say, I'm not going. And they're going to lose foot traffic and money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that they're going to be fine either way, but that shouldn't be the excuse to not try, and make it right for the areas that they know are pain points.
Well, it was funny, Jeff. I was talking to a friend of ours who's been on the channel here, Andy, and we were joking about it mostly. The running joke is that I am permanently banned from the national. I'm horrific. I'm banned forever. Permanent life ban. It's banned. I'm banned. But the truth is, I don't want to go. I'm just not interested. It's not my scene, and it's not the kind of deal. It's just not worth my time investment to go over there, because for what I like out of what my hobby and even the networking side of it, I'd rather see some of these folks at regional events. That would actually be more interesting to me rather than the large version of it. But it just never worked for me, and it doesn't work for me going forward personally. But that's a personal thing. But I was joking with Andy because the joke is there's some of the guys who go to the national every year, and then they'll complain about all these things and all the even basic amenities that are perfectly reasonable expectations. I'm like, at this cost point, and this is the way I phrased it, at this price point, it's a vacation. I can't even call it a card visit, a card show, because I'm paying so much money for hotel or accommodation or whatever it is to get there, that it has to be like a vacation. And this vacation sucks. Why do I pay this much for a vacation that's no fun? There's no fun outside of, hey, I hung out with some cool guys and it was a good time.
Well, so the conversation has been about the venues and what they can improve on, and I could tell you Atlantic City, that was one that there was no Wi-Fi. That was the big gripe of the whole weekend. It didn't exist.
No.
But we're looking at it in terms of what they can do to improve that situation. But my question is, like, you talk about the costs, okay? If they're going to dump more money in to rent a larger venue and all of that, then likely the tickets and all of that's going to go up. And then depending on what area you're going to, you alluded to New York City and the cost of New York City, but everything is getting excessively priced in the hobby. Even like we've had the conversation of wax and everything else. Where do we get to in terms of, and this kind of goes back with the wax price discussion and the demand and all of that. If you start getting into a position where it becomes increasingly more and more expensive for people to travel, rent hotels, the price of entry goes up, everything else. At what point do we start pricing out people even coming to the event? And then you've put all this effort into getting a larger, nicer event, but then you have less people attending because of the costs. Because I think
that's
we
why
have
New
to
York
be
City
somewhat
scares
approaching that.
Go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff. You were about to say something.
No, I said that's why New York City scares me when it comes to that. I mean, I feel like if they could put it in a place where the cost of living in general is not outrageous, maybe it's not the cheapest, but it's not outrageous, just from the start, and then kind of figure it out from there. Like Chicago, it's probably more expensive than Cleveland, but it's at the same time, I think people will pay for the convenience of being in a central location of the country. Mm-hmm. And I think as long as your general living expenses, or whatever you want to call it, are not outrageous, people are okay paying a little bit extra for the ticket, where they're not going to have to pay for cabs everywhere. The food's not going to be, double the price of other, if you were in New York City, versus somewhere else. It's like, I think if you're able to keep the general costs down for like everything else, if the price of the ticket's a little bit higher, I really don't think people are going to complain about that too much. And they've never even tested that much. I mean, they haven't really, increased the prices. I personally don't think, as long as the total cost of the trip itself is not that much higher, I think people will be willing to pay more for a ticket.
I think it's an interesting point, and I always wonder about this because maybe this would be the way I would phrase this. My observation of the hobby, going in my lifetime being in it, is that the collectors will complain about all these things that are pennies, but then they'll torment themselves over these other things. So the National itself can, again, some people will be like, we'll share a room, we'll do all this. There are ways to mitigate costs. Like, let me not pretend that there aren't ways. But the point is, like, there's still a time investment, a cost investment, all this in it. And Ham was saying here, treat it as a boys trip. Great. If hanging out with the boys is worth that price point, then that's great. But if I can still hang out, because again, this is important. There are a lot of people at the National. You can go there with every intention of being like, oh, I'd like to see and chat with so-and-so or this or this. And there can even be like, oh, we're going to all meet up in this place, because that happens. There have been organized gatherings. And they're like, yeah, I was there and we were both there and I barely had the chance to talk to them. I've had this conversation with so many of them where like, we were there. We were physically in the same room, but there were 200 people in the room. And I was saying hello to this person, say hello to this. And your FaceTime was 35 seconds. That's not a boys trip. I'm sorry. Where you got a whole 35 seconds to chat with
It's
somebody, and that's all you can take.
it's a shit. It's for me, the National is always a shit show. It's a free for all, and you just
Sure.
kind of just have to just hang on for dear life and just experience it day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute, and just try to get as much out of it as you can. I don't know.
Have you
That's fair.
have you ever been to Chantilly, Jeff?
I haven't actually. I do want to get to that show sometime.
That's kind of like where I position myself, because I went to Atlantic City and I had a great time, visiting friends. But outside of that, the card show itself, many of the dealers, in fact, the bigger cards I picked up, I bought from dealers that I know from Chantilly, and I live like, I don't know, 35, 40 minutes maybe from Chantilly, maybe just a little over that. And they do that show 3 times a year. So it's like, I get it's not national size, but it's a nice, larger regional show. And so when I'm looking at things, I'm like, all right, I could spend, excess amount to travel and all of that to go to a card show elsewhere, and wind up buying likely from the same dealers I can see right up the road without having to pay for, room and board, with like a $10 entry fee or whatever to the show. Like and that's where I kind of like have to weigh things. Is it really worth that excess to just go look at cards when Chantilly it's not national size, but it's decent for the amount of cards and everything that are there. So
I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to, I'm sure everyone has their like opinion on it, but like whatever your goals are for the show, right? I mean, are you there just to pick up cards? Are you there to kind of, hang out with friends and call other collectors, or just go out of the after hours events and those kind of things? Because for like, just me personally, even though that, the National is the biggest room of cards, out of any other show, I usually come out of there picking up 0 or just, a card or 2, because that's not my driver of going to the show is to find cards. If I find something awesome, great. But I mean, usually like what I'm going for might only be in an auction catalog or something, and I'll be able to look at it, in behind glass or something like that. So I'm like, I don't, I love looking around at everything, but I've never targeted cards as my reason for going to the National. But if I find something awesome, for me, it's like the overall taking in the overall experience, and kind of just the networking and the social aspect of it has been what brings me there every year.
But who's your favorite person to hang out with at card shows?
Oh,
Don't do it, Jeff. Don't do it.
Come on.
Eric Wade. Eric Wade, but he never joins me. He never comes to the shows that I like together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's the worst. Like, honestly, we all hate that guy. Like, he's literally the worst.
To what extent, Jeff, is your collection run from mostly vintage, or?
Yeah, it's probably I'm probably like 80+% vintage, which I define as like pre-80.
Okay, so does that include food issue, rare stuff like that?
Yep.
Because I remember seeing one basketball page a guy had. I thought it was an orange background. He showed all the rare cards, and I was going, "Wow, I know that one. That one's cool." Because we got a couple up in Canada that are pretty rare. So I'm pretty sure. And I always wondered why nobody did a price guide for the basketball cards when it's such a small area of the hobby that could have been managed.
Yeah.
So, but
I think that makes sense. But one of the key points that I think you touched on as well is that what you're trying to get out of the experience. Your example is a perfect example of what I've talked about. Where what's the first thing that a lot of the collectors that I end up chatting with talk about? Oh, I'm not there for the National for the cards. I'm not there for the National for the cards. I'm not there for the National for the cards. I'm there to hang out. I'm there to network. I'm there to do this, that, and the other thing. And I go, okay, that makes sense. Then we can kind of separate the two ideas. Because if it was just cards, then it's a really expensive trip
That's
to find cards where maybe the price is about what you could have gotten in 50 other venues. Like there's other options that you probably could have gotten the same card cheaper on eBay or cheaper at this auction, or you got the right network, you can probably get your hands on a copy of it and probably be able to do it without having to even make the trip. You could literally get it into your hands and it would be no problem. But you won't necessarily get the same networking opportunities that you will, or the opportunity to hang out with certain folks that you will.
Mhm.
And this gives people an excuse to congregate in one space. So if you are able, again, not necessarily those big gatherings that I was describing where it's a couple hundred folks, because there have been some of those where on paper that sounds great, but what if I do want to specifically chat with a handful of folks and then I got to go track them around a room and it gets a little bit complex. But if you're able to plan that out ahead of time and have dinner with maybe a small group of folks who you can actually chat with and have a real conversation with, then that's an opportunity. You're all in the same space at the same time. You can do that. At the expo here twice a year, we do that. That's basically where I'll go out, have dinner with certain folks. We can have a conversation because the table is able to have a conversation as opposed to this gigantic gathering.
Eric's been pulling me in. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Maybe this year.
I've been trying to get him up north, and I don't lie to him. I tell him, it's 90% hockey, but there are.
I think it's
okay with that.
I don't think it's 90 anymore, Eric. I think the last couple of times, I think it's started to incorporate some other elements of it. I think, but it's still, of course, it's always going to be heavy. Like, hockey is the thing here. It's always going to be the biggest one.
So one thing I want to take away from this whole conversation that we've just been having, though, is it feels like the sentiment is the gathering of the national really in general isn't the cards. And if you take that perspective and really think about it, and the question has been compare the fest to the show, well, if the show is of less importance, then wouldn't that mean that the fest would likely start getting more interest? Because then everybody could just go to the fest and you don't really necessarily need the cards because apparently people aren't going for the cards. They're going for the people. Go to the fest. Go have fun.
Brandon, you just gave me an amazing idea. I think the Nationals should beat them to the punch, and I think they should just have an empty auditorium with no cards.
Yeah, I mean, like
you all just get to stand in a big old room and stare at each other. You all get to be in a big old room and stare at each other.
Set up a movie screen, play old school sports movies, have theater seating, some popcorn, some hot dogs. Everybody would have a blast. You got food, you got bathrooms, you got entertainment, and you all can just hang out.
Great.
Well, networking
Jeff,
is actually
what we need to do is now we need to go with Brandon's idea. We'll get the movies and all that, have enough bathrooms. And by the way, then the Wi-Fi would probably work fine. You're not looking up comps, so you're probably all right with the Wi-Fi. And if we're really smart, then we just add some more food establishments and we're good, Jeff. We fix it. We fix the National.
I like it.
And networking is your biggest thing there, Jeff, right? Because it's not about, and it's about cards really, because it's such a small industry, especially basketball and hockey too, that you find out the cards before they come to market. They come to you. That's where hey, did you hear about this? Did you hear about that?
Right.
Yeah, I do know that happens quite a bit with basketball.
And I feel like every year I'll add on another, 3, 4, 5, 10 new people that I haven't had a chance to have a good conversation with, to my, people that I can actually feel like I can reach out to in the future. And, there's a lot of value in that, I do a lot of, buying and selling like a lot of people do. And, I do, kind of, brokering of card deals and stuff like that. And the more new collectors that I'm able to meet and figuring out what are they looking for, how can I help them either sell something or find something that they're looking for and kind of pull other people that I know into the mix. I feel like I'm able to add a few new big names to that list every year. And that for me has a lot of value.
What do you think about the 78 Exograph Will Chamberlain?
Oh, that like
yep,
with Sportflix kind of card or whatever.
The lenticular card, yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I don't. I know it's rare. I don't know. I don't know what to make. I don't know what to make of it in terms of like making of it a bigger deal than what it is. For me, it's like a very just cool oddball type of issue. I wouldn't place it in anywhere near his top 10 cards or anything like
No.
that. You know what I mean? But I would say that it's kind
In
of like
rarity, yes.
exactly. Yeah.
So it's just
And we definitely don't want to talk about Bobby once having one of those. We definitely don't want to talk about
Oh, I sold mine on.
I know that's what, but I'm just, when you went down that path, I was like, and we definitely don't want to talk about Bobby having one of those once upon a time.
Well, I talked to a lot of the top basketball guys, collectors, and they were all kind of going, I don't know, you know. So I just coincided with who was it, Golden?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I went for 3,000.
And I
Yeah.
think that was, honestly, we thought that was pretty good. Like that's when we had our. By the way, this for folks who may not remember, that was one where we were talking about it, and that's when PWCC, you know, before they switched over, they still had the old PWCC auctions, and we were actually able to find some stuff on there and actually add a couple of items to the checklist when we were taking a look at it. By the way, that was a great resource. I kind of wish we still had that.
Yeah.
Like, unfortunately, we don't. It's kind of sad. But that was actually a really handy resource to be able to look up some old auctions. That was actually very nice to have that. It kind
They
of
took that away. You can't look at old prices anymore.
not for the ones they had there, because those were the eBay ones. As soon as they got off eBay, they scrubbed it. So you lost this database of all this great old, and the Terra Peak today can go back 3 years, which is actually very nice. I do appreciate that. That's actually
Card ladder.
They can only go going forward based on what they had from that 3-year period in the past. The PWCC one, though, they borrowed some of that. They actually did borrow some of that database, because the PWCC one had one going back like 10, 15 years. Gotcha. So you can find some really old stuff and go like, hey, wait, that sold for that much in 2015 or 2010 or whatever?
I think that's cool, but I've sort of come to realize that a lot of stuff, I mean, if it's any more than 5 years, you almost can't really use it anyway.
We were looking it up for seeing what was missing because the cards were so rare.
Where that information became useful, though, so I'll just tell you, Jeff, the reason why it was useful is because there were some. So basically, it was part of that checklist for that set that Bobby was talking about, the lenticular one. So the problem was, because so few of them come up, they don't sell once every 5 years.
Right.
There was an opportunity with some of the listings there to be able to see some of the names on the checklist that we weren't sure about. So you could actually see that. But the problem is, it sold 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and hasn't been seen since. Nobody's listed one regardless at any price. So once you see certain names, they're like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, who's this person? And you're able to go like do a little digging and find some. That's information that you're not going to be able to get. For comps, you're right. It's pretty much useless information at that point, because enough time has gone by where now we almost have to reset, especially if it's that rare, because then it's like, okay, well, how many collectors are there who are interested in this? If the answer is a lot, then the price is, that old price means nothing.
Yeah, I know VCP. I've seen prices go back to 2006-07 on a lot of cards. They have, their database goes back pretty far.
Yeah, there was another one. But yeah, there was another one whose name escapes me, but there was another site that actually archived old prices. I forget the name of it. I have to see if I can think about it, and it comes back to me. There used to be a few though databases.
WorthPoint's pretty good.
WorthPoint, it might have actually been WorthPoint, but they had their own database where you could pull some good information. So for historical stuff, it was useful. For 90s stuff, it was useful for a while as well, because sometimes some of that stuff doesn't come up all the time. So it's handy to just see those jumps, because then you're starting, because if a new one finally shows up, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, so it's been 8 years since when it's come up for auction. Even though the old comp doesn't mean anything, it's still worthwhile to know it's been 8 years. Which means there's going to be some aggressive bidding from some of the other guys who are waiting for the exact same thing. You'll know that just by having that piece of info.
Because I've written 3 price guides on hockey, vintage hockey, and I do the stuff that Beckett misses. And, you know, Beckett didn't cover a lot of stuff probably you have. And that's where that checklist is important to me. Even though it's not hockey, there is one hockey in the whole set. Is I like to document it all. And, you know, then I can get that information with an article and what have you. Helps everybody.
Makes sense. Carlisle here. I like this question because it's very dangerous. If you could steal a card from each other's collections, what would you take? Go ahead, Brandon. Just say it. Poopy pony. I know what we're all thinking. The only thing Eric has of value is Poopy Pony. The rest of it's garbage.
That's right.
Yeah, not like just absolutely horrific.
No,
heinous.
If I was going to steal a card from Eric's collection,
I would probably take my Gordie Howe autograph back.
it would be, yeah, I was going to say, I would take the Marcel Dion that I made him the special slab and everything for. Yeah, I would take that back.
There you go. That's the best card he's got. Like, that's the best one.
Right.
It's the only card he's got.
That one's on the cutting room floor, Jeff, of V Friends. Eric is still pitching. Yeah, he's still lobbying. He's still lobbying. Look, if Gary V finally gets on board, Poopy Pony could be next. Could be a big thing. It could be a big deal. Next edition of V Friends, I think it's there.
That was my response to V Friends when it came out. I'm like, all right, any idiot can do this. Watch. So I made my
joke's on you. When Gary V comes by and goes, Eric, 50 grand, I want Poopy Pony.
And
you're like, I accept your terms, sir.
Yep.
Oh, good Lord.
Love the V Friends. They're awesome. Love them.
Love them. Give me that money.
So then,
support.
I mean, it
What's
is
your
zero
white whale?
pool. He would fit in.
That's what I'm saying.
So what's
I can throw this away. Just
But
saying.
it's a nice cup. You wouldn't do that.
It's the most valuable thing you got in that room. You need it. But other than mocking Eric's collection, I appreciate the question, Carl, but that's dangerous. That leads to people lobbing people at things at people. It's dangerous stuff. But I will say, so I thank you, Jeff, for giving that kind of that context and that variety of the two different shows. But like I said, I do consider them two different shows. I would love to see, for the rest of y'all's sake, because again, I'm permanently banned. I can't go to the show. But if I did, I hope for your collective sake that they do improve some of those things. I think that'd be good for everybody's experience. I don't think that. I'm hoping maybe that Fanatics, that the high approval rating for what Fanatics was able to do, even though it was a loss leader, maybe motivates the National to try a little harder. That would be enough. That'd be a win.
Yeah.
So Jeff, what's your white whale? What something rumored that you heard was around that you never really knew, or what's the big thing you're looking for?
Just that I'd like to see, or for my collection, or
Both.
Either or. You can go both, yeah. By all means.
um
A PSA 11. You know.
yeah, I mean, you know what? I mean, I guess one could
Is there an
one
obscure
well
card?
would be
Or-
a 48 Mikan PSA 9, or
Okay.
there's only 110, but that apparently that's in the Smithsonian, so that's unattainable. But the one of the 410s would be 4.9s would be kind of cool to see.
Okay.
I think. And
in rarity then now.
yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's realistic to own, but it'd be kind of cool to
Sure.
catch a piece of. I think for vintage basketball is unopened wax would just be kind of pretty amazing to see. So
Okay.
we'll give you an example, like a box of pretty much any of the older sets just doesn't exist, right? So 48 Bowman, you're lucky to find even an individual pack.
Got it.
Same thing with 57 Tops. You don't see a box. I don't think a box exists. Like individual packs go for 150,000 plus for one pack.
Yeah.
And 61 Fleer is a little bit different, where there's maybe a dozen boxes that are known to exist, and those go for like 400,000 a piece. And then there's 69 Tops Tall Boys. There's only a couple boxes that are known to exist, and those packs are probably like $10,000, $20,000 a piece. So if there was ever a find of a box of like 48 Bowman basketball or 57 Tops basketball, that would be an incredible white whale find.
I can only imagine that the production numbers must be very low on the basketball wax.
Yeah.
I'm
I
a
mean,
wax guy.
it was to start before, it was a fraction of baseball, even when it was made in, from the get-go.
Yeah, I know wax too very well, and basketball just doesn't come up very often.
Yeah.
I don't know. But you see the 60, those boxes, you see a lot of those, but 57, I think there is a box, isn't there? One?
Maybe there is. I personally have never seen of one. I know that there's the empty box is rare.
Empty box, display box.
Mhm.
You know, and I've seen, and there's actually a pack that is for sale at BBCE auctions right now, in Steve Hart's auction, and then like a year ago, there was also a pack that was in that same auction as well, a different one. But I mean that's, you know, seeing them once a year for 2 years in a row is like, sounds like it's not that crazy, but it is kind of crazy for that pack. You just don't see it.
Yeah.
Right. No, I think that makes sense. So I got a question here for you from Stuke. Do you have a Mike and Scott's potato chip card?
I do not, but that's a pretty cool card.
Yeah.
It's
very nice.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like it's almost like a bookmark type size card.
Mhm.
It's all blue and it's like cartoonish. It's really cool card, and it's gotten expensive over the last couple of years.
Oh, I think a lot of that stuff has escalated, especially some of the vintage stuff. Especially some of them have started getting a little more appreciation from some folks. Now, let me ask you a question. Obviously, with the collection there, I can see the vintage basketball focus is certainly there. Are you at the point where are you doing sets? Are you looking for individual cards? What does the collecting look like at this stage?
I think a couple things. So one is just sort of improving on the sets that I already have.
Okay.
Which I've kind of focused more on, say, Hall of Fame rookie cards, and a couple of the mainstream sets. I have a 57 tops graded set, a 61 Fleer, 69 tops, and 71 tops. Those four, and then like Hall of Famers. And what I got into over the last year and a half were vintage autos. So kind of like building parallel sets or, you know, subsets of what I already have, just signed.
But the autograph version, but an autograph version.
Exactly. Yep.
Right.
So since I kind of already have, you know, a lot of, you know, I've already completed some of those other things. I've kind of done the auto thing just as kind of fun to keep me going on the side.
Okay. No, I think that one of the themes we have a lot of time when we're having these conversations is that different collectors at different stages of their collecting development, especially if you're far enough along some of the projects you're working on, you can find these little avenues to keep things interesting for yourself. It's just, and it's enjoyable because in your case, you know, you do it, but now it's an autograph version. It adds a little bit more of a challenge and it still allows you to hunt. The hunt is kind of the fun part. It's finding these things and making the deal work and whatever the case may be.
Yep.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
So now, for the Mike and potato chip, has anybody ever found a bag?
Are you just really hungry, Bobby? You just really want some chips? Is that what's going on?
Here's the funny thing. Okay, if you have the Sheriff Coin Hockey 1961, if you have the set, it might be $500. If you have the bag, it's $2,000.
But if I'm really hungry, Bobby, then I have an open bag.
Because if it's advertised on the bag, that advertising material stuff is skyrocketed way beyond.
Yeah.
Because it's that one piece that you can't find. So, anyways, or an advertising piece with Mike on it for the potato chips, that'd be great. Like,
yeah,
the lineup would not stop for that.
It's a great complimentary piece. Like for folks that collect certain things, having those complimentary pieces can be a lot of fun. The display box, the advertising piece, whatever. If you've got everything else, then you're just looking for these fun little side adventures they can add because you're already a fan. So you're just adding this element to it. So let me have a little bit of fun with this. So let me touch on this. MJF, by the way, I appreciate you. You've been a great sport, and it's been nice getting some of that information from you. So appreciate it. Thank you for that. Let me steer you into controversial waters, though. I want you to make a choice. I want to know: 84 Star Jordan or 86 Fleer Jordan? Which one's the real rookie? Let's go.
The real rookie is the 84 Star. The more iconic card is the 86 Fleer.
Interesting.
I thought you were going to go more controversial and who's the GOAT, Jordan or LeBron?
There's no controversy there.
No, there's not.
No controversy.
Ask somebody in Los Angeles, and the answer is Kobe. Brandon, that's the answer. Ask somebody in LA, and it's Kobe. I don't delve into that conversation because again, not my sport. But the 84 and the 86 Fleer though is kind of a fun one because obviously that came back into parlance recently. And actually, Beckett, I think, he broke his own rule. He went over 15 minutes because he was debating with Steve Grad and some of the other star guys who have been pushing. There's even one of the guys who does a YouTube channel where now he's pushing the 84 star, and they were all arguing with each other about this.
I think they're justifying for money, really, more than anything else.
I'm enjoying it, man. Listen, it forced Beckett to do over 15-minute episodes. I like this.
Distribution doesn't fit into the criteria in my book.
I mean, the market has been speaking over the last 6-8 months for sure.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, I say
influencers have been speaking for the last 6 to 8 months.
Well, maybe.
It's not people, I mean, it's the influencers.
You can't ignore the prices. First of all, I don't own a 84 star. I wish I did. I wish I owned it a year ago, and then the prices could go up.
Sure.
But I don't have one right now, and I'm steering clear until I see what happens. Either I get completely screwed and I have no chance of ever getting one, or maybe it'll cool down a little bit. We'll see.
Yes, sir. I leave most of the rookie card conversation to Victor. I think the 86 Fleer is a very nice third-year rookie.
Mm-hmm.
It can be its own classification. It's a third-year rookie. It's a subcategory we didn't even know we wanted.
Well, they don't even grade the second-year Jordan yet, I don't think.
No, they don't. That's where I think it's kind of fun. Yeah. I enjoy it for what it is, but I think it's I think it's fun watching the controversy. I think if what I said, the way I phrased this, if I was a basketball collector, I want the star one because it is the tougher card, and it is actually from the rookie season, and it is in fact licensed. Those things interest me more than the 86 Fleer, which at this point I think is currently in a bag of potato chips. So to Bobby, Bobby will get very excited about this. I think we've all got one, and if you all check under your chairs, you've all got an 86 Fleer Jordan.
Well, the 86 Fleer Jordan is kind of like the 79 Gretzky, right? I mean, you can pretty much get one no matter what, whether. And with Gretzky, you even have the option of getting the Topps one too. You know what I mean? Like, hey, it looks the same, right?
I think it's a reasonable point. I think it's been interesting where, again, and there's nothing wrong with either one of them, by the way. If you're a real basketball guy and you're interested in the era, you're probably going to have both. Like realistically, you'll probably have both. But if it's just looking at the two on paper, I think the rare one is kind of interesting. I think it adds. Is it a more exciting looking card? Not necessarily. But I think it is a very interesting piece. And again, the fact that it was in the rookie year, the fact that it was in fact licensed, given the amount of controversy we have with the licensing thing, makes it really interesting because it's like we don't have to even jump through hoops. It actually was licensed.
Right.
But it was a state of where basketball cards were. We talked about the gaps. Star could only happen because basketball was not in the greatest state in 1984.
Right.
Otherwise, they would have never brought that guy into it. Like it would have never happened. It's a weird quirk of that time period. It's part of history, one way or the other.
Yep.
Good, bad, or different.
Yeah, but 84, like you have to look at it in a different way because 84, they put out the Star Jordan. I get it, it was regionally distributed and what have you. But why did we have nobody really talking about it until internet exploding? Everybody's pushing, and that's where it comes to. So it's like a stock. It's like Bitcoin. What's it got? Nothing.
Well, I mean,
I think
mental.
Yeah.
The Star one was initially more expensive, Bobby, like in the earlier days of like the basketball Beckett's.
By $2.
But the point is though that means it was considered by the market at that moment to have more value than the 86 Fleer. Even if it was for 10 minutes. Beckett actually in that conversation was dancing around it. He was trying to figure that out, and that he threw the XRC in there as kind of his what it came down to is that he didn't think Star was a legitimate company, and that's the part he was struggling with. Well, he didn't. It wasn't even about the distribution as much as he didn't think Star was a legit company.
Well, it's like these ultra modern. There's 2,000 rookie cards per player now, at least. So
no, there's 2,001 of ones, not just regular cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Right.
Right.
Anyways, it's the technicality. You can do whatever you want. I know people have been pushing it like crazy. And I think that's the resurgence, and it gives it a more esoteric kind of card to collect. And people think, it's all about investment. It's not about the technicality of it all. So, anyways,
Bobby, I think you're contractually obligated to advocate for the rare card. And the star is certainly rarer than the 86 Fleer.
It is. Well, certainly. Because
it
it wasn't distributed properly. Anyways.
Yeah. Makes sense. Let me actually touch on this one. I know you collect vintage, but I actually think this would be kind of an interesting question to bring up to you. We talked about earlier tonight. Topps has returned to basketball under the Fanatics brand, but it is an unlicensed product.
Mhm.
It's also extremely ugly, but it does have a Victor Wembanyama autograph card in it. So I actually think I was doing a compare and contrast between the response of folks to the Topps Chrome basketball and the response to the composite football that just came out this week as well. The composite football people seem to feel better about, even though they're both unlicensed. They have the same issue. I actually think, though, the key was that Topps Chrome felt like they just mailed it in just to get the Wembanyama in there. That's really the only reason this product exists. Whereas the composite has a lot of that as well, but they're actually nice looking cards. Like as a collector, just opening the packs, it feels like, oh, this card is actually pretty cool. I like this card. This card looks pretty nice. Whereas the basketball one, a lot of folks are like, oh my God, this is ugly. And who the hell is this? And what is going on here? So any thoughts on kind of a return to Topps on that regard? I know it's not necessarily your category, but just they're kind of mailing it in and just hyping for the Wembanyama. That's really the only selling point here. Is that necessarily good for that interperiod?
I mean, for the long-term success of the product, probably not good. I think here's where I stand on it.
Sure.
Let's take 2009 Topps Chrome.
Okay.
Steph Curry's rookie.
Sure.
That was unlicensed.
Yeah, it had the headshot of Curry, basically the big old headshot.
He was wearing a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like, does anyone care about that Steph Curry was wearing a T-shirt during that card? I mean, are they? I think that it's just no one cares at this point.
This is the 81. This is the 81 Topps Joe Montana thing, because that's what happened with the 81 Topps Joe Montana. Is a famous rookie card that has that same licensing issue. No logos. Can't call it 49ers. San Francisco.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think this is even more of an extreme example where it's you could actually probably collect the rest of the 2009 Chrome set and you could live with just a T-shirt. But I can't see anyone collecting 2024 Topps Chrome basketball and actually wanting to keep a set of that.
Right.
I really do think I agree. It's all about if you fast forward 10 years, 15 years, I think all people are going to care about is the Wemby, and that's it, and nothing else. I mean, sad to say it, but I mean, I don't see any way other around it.
Well, it's like vintage cards. They were all worth basically the same back then, 1, 2, 5 cents, whatever they were. There really wasn't much difference, but things have changed quite dramatically. So now they're just throwaways. Why do they even make them? Why did they cut the trees down for it? It doesn't make any sense.
So I wanted to touch on one more thing that just related to it. And by the way, Jeff, after that, you're more than welcome to hang out, but you're also welcome to take off. I want to make sure I respect your time. But thank you again for kind of indulging us a little bit. We're having a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah.
One more thought I also kind of had related to that also that I wanted to make sure I touched on since we got you here. We're going to be looking at that long-term, to your point. I think it's going to be really interesting once the licensed version of these same ones come out. I think that'll probably draw a lot more people's attention. I think that'll take a lot of that away. It's very short-term. I have enjoyed watching people fold themselves into pretzel. I've seen yogis that don't have the flexibility that people had where suddenly they like unlicensed. I'm okay with it as long as the aesthetic is there, as long as the card feels like you tried a little bit. I'm willing to your point about the Curry. If it's an iconic enough card, or if at least it feels like you didn't mail it in necessarily, it's just the situation of the time that happened in 2009 for a reason. It wasn't they just accidentally did it. I can live with that. That's okay. But if it's like, yeah, you didn't have to do it. You're like, okay, we're just going to milk this one thing. This is the one thing we got. We're just going to slide that across. I think that's going to be fun. So let me ask you this question. One of the big cards that we've talked about the last little while that became into it was after the Olympics. Topps did that Topps Now card with the triple autograph.
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you this question. If you could do one of those Topps Now ones with a similar gimmick with a 1-of-1, it can be a triple, it can be a double, it can be whatever you want. What would you want them to try? Like this is the first time they're doing that, which I think it was smart. It was great marketing. They sold over 500,000 copies.
Mhm.
Is there anything left then that would be interesting, that would be compelling, that would maybe get you to buy a couple of those in that similar type scenario?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. I mean, I think they could have. People had mentioned this. It'd be cool if they did a Olympics one that was 5 rings, 5 different players. They could have added in. Who do they have on that? What was it? Durant.
So it was KD, it was LeBron, and it was
Curry.
It was Curry. Yeah,
Yeah.
those 3 guys.
Yeah, I mean, you could have added in Anthony Edwards and one other one, and that would have been a ridiculous card. You know what I mean? Having 5 Olympic rings, 5 players. So, I mean, maybe you couldn't fit it all on there. I mean, who the heck knows?
I think you'd have to go to an oversized card at that point, maybe, in order to not cram it into too small a space.
Yeah,
You could have arced it.
I don't know. I mean, I think that if they could create something where you wouldn't have you'd have signatures on a card that did not exist anywhere else. And I'm trying to think of what that might be. Whether they were able to get I don't know, I want to say Jordan LeBron. I mean, that's boring, but something where Fanatics had the ability to bring together some signatures that just have never been on a card together before. Or
well, I think that was the appeal of that one. The fact it was those 3 guys, and it's the first time they threw those 3 in there. That was, I think, part of the draw here. The Olympics, I think, was a cool side benefit to it. It made sense. They didn't have to make it up. It actually had a reason to put them on the card. But the fact they got those 3 guys to all sign the card, and they had not done that together ever before.
Yeah.
That's a first time ever. That's a great marketing thing that they can do. Like, hey, here's an opportunity. Go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think if they can recreate that at will, I mean, they can keep selling cards like no problem. It certainly was, quite a hype train for sure. And, now I'm going to announce my bounty. Right. I haven't announced the first time. I'm going to announce my bounty now.
I'm in for like $50. So you're
Ross
going to have to
Collectibles, Jeff Wilson. They can't even match this bounty I'm about to announce right now.
Go for it. What do you got?
No, but I think I'm in. By the way, how soon are they going to? Is someone going to actually pull that card? Is that supposed to happen?
As far as I'm aware, they have all shipped out. They have been shipped out. I actually received and I saw a notification. I'm all the way over in Canada. And by the way, sorry, the fix is in. It's coming to me. But the point is that they have sent them out as far as I'm aware. I got the notification that's been shipped out. It's going to take a little longer to get to me than for you guys stateside. But presumably they've already been shipped out, so they should be maybe as soon as next week? Question mark?
All right.
But you have to remember that they're coming. All of the parallels and everything are coming wrapped. They're coming.
Yeah, they're going to be in these packs. Which, by the way, great content. By the way, I appreciate it because I will make a video opening the packs. Why not? Hey, may as well go for it.
How many people are going to then flip the pack?
Wait. Actually, Jeff, that's a great question. You get a 5-pack or something. Do you flip the packs sight unseen? Or do you open the pack? You gotta go for it. Like it's such a big. The upside's so big. It's so massive.
No, CT scan them. That's the new
CT
thing.
Scan them, yeah.
There
you go.
You have to do.
That was what I was thinking, Eric, because the auto is a redemption.
It is a redemption.
And
right.
the parallels would have the serial numbers on them. So even if the redemption wasn't able to be seen, the parallel would show up because it would have the serial number stamping.
That is true. Yep. That would be accurate. So as you're saying, we need to fire up the old CT scanner here for everybody? That's what we're looking for?
I mean, it's just coincidental that it's available now as a retail option for your liking. You can just
you got your local CT scanner and down in Canada there. Your
listen, Jeff, I already told you the fix is in. I know people. Like I've already had a conversation with them. It's like, listen, I've already told Ruben, like, listen, I'm willing to sell out so hard, but I need consideration. And if you slide the card in there, you slide that redemption over, I will let I want Kenny and Jeff Wilson and them. If they fight in Thunderdome, I'll give them like 20% off. Because I'm going to televise Thunderdome. I will promote the hell out of it. I'll make millions on Thunderdome. And then honestly, at that point, I could give them the card for free, whoever lives. It doesn't really matter at that stage. It's going to be great. I've got it all figured out. We're good to go, man. Like, that's why I say, like, it's going to be awesome. When I pull the redemption and everything, it's going to be great. And Michael Rubin and I can have a little conversation, and I'll have Hobby Thunderdome. Get ready, Kenny and Geoff in Thunderdome. And it's going to be sensational.
Just obviously that's the one people have talked about. Apparently they are now adopting this model for bigger names that they feel will get a push in them, like the sales for the Topps Nows. Apparently they did it on the Otani, whatever the recent one they did for him, and then they did it for Dylan Cruz when he got his first hit and everything. The tricky part with Cruz is they actually increased the price of his card from the normal, what was it, $8 or $8.99 or whatever. They bumped them to $11.99. So, and they are calling it a sweepstakes. So,
so Carlos, if you get the card, who are you going with? Are you giving Kenny a call first? Are you like Jeff's?
Oh, I'm kidding. I'll give Kenny a call to cackle. I'll give Kenny a call to cackle at him for like 3 minutes, and that'll be my content. There's the guy who's offering $500,000. Like, there's the one guy. As long as he's a legit buyer, I'll take the $500,000. I don't care. Like, it's like, let's be clear about this. It's for most people that's life-changing money anyway. Like, once you're getting hundreds of thousands, now I will say this. It's not that I couldn't use the money. It's not going to change my life in the sense that it's literally going to change my life. But I pay off the house. I take care of a lot of things that I need to take care of, and it's good. And I'd be all set. It'd be good money. I'm not needing to squeeze every last penny out of it necessarily, but I'm certainly not going to give it away. Like, if I was going to bother with it, then you go to auction and let them all fight over it. But again, it could be very entertaining. It'd be funny to have the conversation with Kenny and record the conversation with Kenny and not give him crap. I want him to do the thing he did on the Golden Touch. I want him to bring the bags of cash, and then me just stare at him. Just the suitcase. Happened. Yeah, I want the whole thing, Jeff. Yeah. I want the whole thing. I want the whole pomp and circumstance. I want him to fly to Canada with duffel bags full of money across customs and try to do the whole thing. It's like, you know what? I'll probably just take the other guy's offer.
I seen someone earlier mention when it was asking like the triple or what scenario would you like to see? Somebody mentioned Jordan, LeBron, and a cut of Kobe, but
yeah, that's
Garrett.
That's Garrett.
I thought Upper Deck had already released a triple of Jordan, LeBron, Kobe, and
could be. I don't know.
I'm not for certain, but I don't even know if that would bring $500,000.
It'd be tough. Like, I think it's interesting because we've gotten, so maybe this would be a point.
Depends what they set the bounty at.
We've gotten so desensitized to big numbers. All I wanted to say here is that if you guys remember the pandemic period, we used to do these lives and I used to do videos and stuff specifically on these things. All the time there were these record sale on this, this, that, and the other. But after a while, I stopped doing it. And the reason I stopped doing it is not because there were never any more record highs. It's because now everyone's desensitized to it. It doesn't mean what it used to mean. Like, how high, like how big a number do I have to throw at you for it to even register at this point? We've gotten so flippant about hundreds of thousands of dollars or even $1 million and above. Where at one point, $1 million, oh my God, how much did this card sell for? How much did the 86 Clear Jordan sell for? You could do that if you want, but how high would it have to be for someone to care at this stage?
Yeah.
And it'd be tough to get to that number because a lot of people have heard so many big numbers. Even this card, again, and maybe this would be a good question. Okay, Jeff, if it wasn't for all the ridiculous bounties and everything, all things being equal, what do you think that triple auto should go for? It is a cool card. It is a nice theme. It is 3 autographs.
I'm probably not the right person to ask because, like, I think that card is a $25,000 card. I don't know. I mean, like, it just doesn't feel like it's cool, but it's way, the way it's talked about is way beyond anything that I would even consider remotely close to what I feel like it should be worth. But
sure.
I mean, who am I to say, right? If someone wants to pay that for it, like, go for it.
I think it's fair.
I'd
But I
rather
think
have a real jersey.
it would be interesting to me to see what if we didn't have the guys falling over each other to do bounties. I'd be curious to see what it would just go for in an open auction. Whoever can bid, you can bid and offer whatever you want. Like whatever you think is appropriate. Here you go. Make an offer, make a bid, and go for it.
I mean, if you ask me, what do I think it would sell for? Like, what wouldn't shock me? I would probably say if it sold for 100,000 or above, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, like, but if it sells for, you know, 200-300 or more, like that would be more surprising to me.
Gotcha. Well, I think look, what I'm looking forward to is again, when I pull it, and it's not if, when I pull it.
Right.
We're gonna have the video where I'm gonna cackle at Kenny. That's gonna be awesome. We're all gonna enjoy it. That's a feel good moment for everyone in the hobby. They're all gonna live vicariously through my cackling. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be great. And then after that, then I will accept Shine's offer of $1.5 million. Because Shine just is dumb and he'll just offer really crazy money for nothing. And like it's like $1.5 million.
Is it really Shine's money? That's the talk now, right?
Jeff, I genuinely don't care. As long as the check clears for me is all that matters. I don't care if it's cartel money. Like it makes no difference, Jeff. As long as it clears on my end, we're good.
That's all that matters.
He could have stolen.
I'm actually on his page right now because I was curious to see if he had any of the triple with Jordan, LeBron, and Kobe, and he's got several of them on here. So there's definitely confirmed triple autos of Jordan, LeBron, Kobe. I was trying to see if he had any 101s though, because all that he has are.
I know he has logo mans that aren't autographed, but they're of the three of them.
That
makes
sense.
Here's one that's 3 of 3.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
So.
Can you show it again?
Yeah, he's got a bunch of them 3.
Brandon, can you show that one again real quick? I just needed to zoom in a little bit. Can you show that card again one more time?
It's 07, 08.
Nice. See, I'll be honest, that's a much nicer looking card.
Really
I like
cool.
that.
Yeah.
On card autos, some jersey pieces. That's nice. That's a nice looking card.
Yeah, I was trying to see if he had any of the 101s, but I haven't came across them.
Okay. Makes sense. Very cool. But yes, we have a little fun. We'll have a good chuckle when the moment comes. I think it'll be very enjoyable. But Jeff, it has been an absolute pleasure. I do appreciate. Again, you are still certainly welcome to hang out. By all means, I'm not kicking you out. Yeah. But I also want to give you the option if you want to exit stage right. You're welcome to. Otherwise, you can hang out, and we're going to make fun of Eric. So it's completely up to you.
Sounds good. I probably have another 5-10.
Okay, so, fair enough.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Sounds good. Exactly.
What?
No, because he says he's now gonna make fun of me, and you're like, "Oh no, I can stick around."
Eric, I know how to entice people. I know. Look, Eric, I know how to set the bait. I know how to hook people and get it.
Yeah,
like, look, there's already a bunch of people watching this right now that are like, "Oh, please, Carlos, pull the triple auto. We need the video of Kenny. We need this in our lives." And I go, "I am prepared to offer this. This is my gift to the hobby. You're all welcome.
You're welcome.
This is." And I'm here. I am the man for this job. I can do this, and I will do this for all of you. It'll be great.
I
don't think that will make the cut on the Golden Touch alas.
I do have another question for Jeff, if he's got a second, and it brings way back to almost the beginning of the conversation. But you said you were at Fanatics Fest and that you were working there. Can you tell us what you were doing at Fanatics Fest, or is that not something you can discuss because it's business related?
No, it's so earlier this year I was actually working for Fanatics Events, and on their team, kind of helping build the event and put things together. And that was more of a short-term gig for me. So I was with them until about May, and then I'm still close with the team there, and they asked me to if I wanted to volunteer and help out at the event, and I basically was put where they needed me. So I was working in their interactive kid zone.
Okay.
I was letting kids throw footballs and kick soccer balls around at my head, for 8 hours a day.
So you got to leave home where you have children and
Yeah.
go take a vacation and
Entertain
go
other
out
people's children.
or kids. Oh God, no. That's horrible.
So I did get to break away every now and then and go hang out in the card zone,
Yeah.
for here and there. But it was a good way for me to get to New York, and be able to kind of at least take in the event to some degree, and kind of get a feel for things. So I'm glad it did it.
Good. All right.
Sounds good. So I'm going to let Brandon go. I know he's got to take off here, so I'm going to let him do that. Brandon, appreciate you popping in as always. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, good to meet you, Jeff. Bobby, hope you
Meet
feel
you too.
better. Eric, screw you. Carlos,
Fair enough.
thanks
Exactly.
as always.
So now everyone, I just want to be clear. At the very beginning of the show, we were nice to Eric because he had a very sincere message he needed to deliver. But now the gloves are off. Let's go.
What else?
We're back.
Later, guys.
Back to our note. Take it easy.
Later, Brandon.
So here, Babuzel. Jeff, how long does it take you to get used to Eric's mayo smell? So Eric is very much like he will not shut up about mayonnaise. The man has a fixation that we honestly don't want to discuss at length, but like it's become readily disturbing. Are you familiar with this? Have you heard about this?
No, he
I
hasn't.
think I should be familiar with this, but I'm not. And
Oh, well, Eric, if you ever get a chance, the next time you see Eric, you can throw mayonnaise packets at him. Like he
stop.
loves mayonnaise,
Mm-hmm.
lives for it.
No.
Definitely isn't repulsive the thought inside of it. Definitely not. It's not something you could use like, a vampire and garlic. I'm not saying you could, but I'm saying maybe you could.
I'm doing my breathing exercises right now.
Oh, I bet you are.
Serenity now.
Yeah, serenity now. Exactly.
Well, think of how awkward it was. Could you imagine, Jeff? Imagine for a moment if someone was
here
so
we go.
insensitive, understanding this about Eric, if they were to get glee at the thought of Gerard Mayo being the head coach of the New England Patriots. And the moment this happened, imagine having a video that you played on this live stream. The moment that happened, celebrating Gerard Mayo being the head coach. Just the name is enough. What about Will Levis, quarterback of the Titans, participating, becoming a spokesman for Hellman's Mayonnaise, and having Will Levis, number 8, the scent of greatness. And again, not that we would bring that up to Eric, again, being that
I'm gonna get sick.
loves mayonnaise. Jeff, now you are learning. I hope you're taking notes. We torment Eric like at levels that most people can't even conceive of.
Oh,
Every weakness he has in his life, we exploited for our amusement.
Pretty
I
much.
see that.
Yeah, why don't you tell him what you did to me last November?
Oh,
You mean
somebody- what?
Which one of the horrible things that we did to you? Our buddy, as soon as I explained to this, of course, being another man of peace like myself, he said to himself, we're gonna have to do something about this. So Eric has his plate. We're all at dinner, and Eric orders his stuff. And literally all it is, again, think of a grown man, a 50-year-old man, a little cup of mayonnaise gets put
49
beside
at
his
the
plate.
time.
Yeah.
Sure, that fixes everything. That's even better. So a little cup of mayonnaise gets put beside his plate. He doesn't realize it at first. It takes him a moment. And all of a sudden he almost, he almost squeals like a little girl. Like it's ridiculous what happens. It's unbelievable. You would have thought we put a snake on his plate or something. Like what happened over there?
What hurts me the most is my wife was in on it.
Like the rest of us, she realizes it's sad. She thinks it's
And
hilarious, just like all of us do.
Mhm.
I think it's fantastic. It's great. Is this live? Maybe. Maybe. So I know Jeff has started to spin, so I'm just going to read the comments here. But I don't know what happened. He just started spinning.
He's spinning.
Bubbles will said it's Labor Day weekend. You guys deserve a vacation. There you go. We're getting a long weekend, so that's good. We got that going for us. So I don't know. We'll let Jeff. I'll take Jeff off screen for the moment. If his image pops back in, I'll bring him back on.
Great.
This is, timing wise, right when we're in the middle of laughing at you, because this is most unfortunate. I think the fix was in. What did you do?
He's
Did you
been
disconnect
involved.
his internet?
Yeah. He lives in Massachusetts also. We go to shows together sometimes and meet up and hang out. And his knowledge on vintage basketball is top tier. As you guys heard. He stuff he knows and his collection and everything. And he's not a braggart and he probably doesn't want the whole world to know everything he has. Cause I think all of us are like that.
He posted on his page.
Well, yeah, but that's what he shows on his page,
Mhm.
But he is one of the, from what I understand, one of the his computer battery just died.
That's basically what I figured. Yeah, when
Yeah.
it goes spinning like that, it's usually either internet or the computer. But that's okay.
Mhm.
I think Jeff is gonna ghost Eric now. The Mayo freak about.
Yeah.
That's facts.
Mhm.
It's facts. It's pretty disturbing. But yeah, it's all good. He's certainly welcome if he wants to pop back on. The link still works, but otherwise, we appreciate. You can let him know. We appreciate him popping on, and he did give some great insight, especially from somebody who collects that set, and he was able to give some context for it. So I think it was really very helpful. It was good to have. I was happy to have the conversation because that's normally not our lane. So
Yep.
it's nice taking somebody who does collect in that genre to be able to give us some context about it. So I think that was very helpful.
True.
Paul says, we missed Jeff asking Jeff if he remembers Bobby Orr having the first 3-pointer in NBA history. That's true. After all this time Eric spent lying about the 3-pointer. Just terrible. Unbelievable. Really good comments
about
tonight,
guys, because my voice is getting a little hoarse. And I guess that's it.
Yeah, no worries, Bobby.
And it's hot
Appreciate-
here again. Frick, what happened to the weather?
I appreciate you fighting through it. So have yourself a good night, and we will chat a little bit later. We'll talk as we get a little bit closer to the show.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. I mean, I
I feel fine. It's just my voice is dry throat.
I'm
Whatever.
sick for 2 weeks. I hope you get over it real quick and you're all good.
It's done.
Well, you're a luckier man than I.
Okay. See you guys.
There you go. Take it easy, Bobby. Have a good night.
So yeah, so Jeff is, he is one of the experts in this. He has a lot of sets highly graded on the PSA set registry. We go to little shows, but we also hit the biggest show in New England at the Shriners Auditorium here.
Sure.
Yeah, there he is. Great.
There he is.
And
good timing. Eric is saying nice things about you. Continue.
Yeah, I'm going to stop now. I'm very uncomfortable. I didn't like it. I was just saying that you're definitely an expert in this field of vintage basketball, and that we get together every once in a while at small shows, but also big shows like Shriners, and you have quite a collection, and your knowledge is top tier.
I appreciate that.
So speaking of that real quick, while I got you back, and thanks for coming back, by the way.
I didn't just cut out, Carlos, no.
Yeah. Well,
my computer decided to crap out of me.
No worries. I've seen that spin before. It was all good. We were going through a couple of the comments there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Are you going to any local shows soon? Are you going to go to Dedham on Monday? Are you going to any other local ones that are coming up?
Yeah, I think I'm going to try to make it to Dedham on Monday. Definitely Shriners for sure. I mean, that's a few months away.
Yep.
And Toronto would be awesome as well. Can you remind me of the dates of that again? November what?
So it is November, right around the middle of it, but I'll be more specific.
Okay.
Yeah,
7th to 10th. 7th to 10th.
I was about to say, it's right around the 11th. So
Okay.
7th to 10th. Okay.
Okay. Good. That would be. I'm gonna be optimistic about that, and I can't make any promises, but I'd love to make it happen.
There's got to be a lot of people there that you know.
Yes.
So
And Eric.
Yeah, and me, yeah. Jeff has, the way I met Jeff was through Clubhouse, when Clubhouse was, really booming, and like we had 50 to 100 people in it every day. Now I think there's like maybe 6, and I don't even I haven't been in weeks now, but back when it was super popular and everyone was making these types of connections, Jeff and I realized that we don't live all that far from each other, so it was cool to meet somebody through Clubhouse that, you could then meet up at shows and hang out.
Yeah.
And all that. So, and he's helped me get a couple of things. I was putting together which I've shown in the past, but not for a while, but I wanted to collect the Celtics team set from 81, all in PSA 8. And he helped me finish that off a couple of years ago. It's hanging up on the wall over there, and one of Corey's devices hanging on my wall with all the slabs. So, and you probably can't see it, but he's responsible for this being here. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
So he's responsible for that. So Jeff and I have known each other for a couple of years now. He's a great guy, very knowledgeable, and has helped me acquire a couple of things. So I've always appreciated his help with that.
There you go. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I have trouble finding what Eric's looking for. He's very specific in his his hunt, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think this tonight has been a great breakthrough in your friendship, because now you can bring a jar of mayonnaise as a peace offering.
Oh God, I really hate it. I just hate it.
Oh, he really does, Jeff. Jeff, the reason I'm harping on this is because, look, let's be clear about this. If he was a person who says, I don't like mayonnaise, we make fun of it for like 5-10 minutes and move on with our lives. That's it. Like, it's not really worth spending much more time on that. We really don't care one way or the other. It's fine. But no, he has a visceral reaction. Like, he recoiled. Like, there was terror in that man's eyes when we had a cup of mayonnaise beside his food.
I don't like the way it looks. I don't like the way it smells. I don't like the way it tastes. I want it all to go away. It's not. So
you see, Jeff, why? While I am a self-proclaimed man of peace, I am also a man of war who relishes in the pain of others when they make it like this. So Eric is there with like the biggest bullseye that has ever been presented in front of me. And I'm sitting there like, I'm not made of stone. I've got to fire away. Like, we're going for it. Let's go. It's happening.
I can't be around someone who's eating it. It's like I find my way to excuse myself. Like, I can't even watch people eat it. It's disgusting.
And 1,000 jokes were born, Jeff.
I have another close friend that has the same exact reaction as Eric.
It's wrong. It's not normal. It's not right, and it should be outlawed everywhere.
Have you had a bet yet of a spoonful of, and then how much it would take? How much you'd have to give Eric to make it happen?
It will never happen.
We've had so many variations of this, but here's a question though: has your friend who has a similar type of reaction to it had wonderful, sensitive souls that are very understanding and loving that will create generated images?
No, I mean this is beyond kindness right here.
Yeah.
It really is. It really is. We spare no expense and no effort, Jeff. Again, I'm going to emphasize, if he had not had such a visceral reaction to it, we're sitting there like, oh, the jokes will be endless.
Yeah.
Even the chat is in on it. The chat knows.
Hey,
nothing has had the staying power.
It's just disgusting. It's just wrong.
Eric, I feel for you.
Yeah, it's just bad.
A lot. It's a lot.
I can't do it.
Eric has a lot of quirks.
Talking about it. I don't like thinking about it. I don't like talking about it. It's disgusting.
That's Eric has a few quirks, and that's a big one. And then, interesting enough, which also kind of plays into the theme of you in the basketball. Eric, for some reason, seems to struggle mightily to figure out who scored the first NBA three-pointer. He's given us hundreds of names at this point, like through many episodes.
Are we
everyone
joking
in creation?
No,
for real?
Listen to me. I'm telling you right now. Eric has said literally at this point. I think at some point he said Jeff Hart had the first NBA three-pointer. Like, it's everyone. It's been one after another. Even the chat has on this. So here, Paul
Nope.
here says, we miss Jeff, asking Jeff if he remembers Bobby Orr having the first three-pointer in NBA history. At some point, Bobby Orr had the first three-pointer. I think I had it. Eric himself thought he had it. Like, it's one name after another. He keeps repeating himself.
He has the answer is on his wall.
Listen, Eric is a very confused young man, Jeff. This is what I'm trying to get across here. Look, Eric, once and for all, for the record, tell us who scored the first NBA three-pointer.
You just got to mute me.
Go ahead. See? The man can't even utter the words. All he had to do was say it. That was it. It was done. Robert here says, fact, Jeff Sanderson had the first assist on an NBA three-pointer. A multi-sport athlete, that Jeff Sanderson. A multi-sport athlete. Think about it.
Yeah, he drove up from Hartford. He was done playing for the Whalers and drove up to Hartford.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Jeff, I am well aware who it is and everything. I mentioned it one time.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I mentioned it one time, and somehow that became a joke. And it's been going on for 4 years now.
It's fantastic.
Okay? I'm well aware that it's Chris
Oh my God. What was it? Couldn't make it out. Didn't catch that. That's terrible. Just awful. Awful. We have a lot of fun on Friday nights, Jeff. A lot of fun. Really do.
You guys do.
Have you ever had the displeasure of watching the show over the last 4 years at all?
You know what? I can't say I've been a regular, but I have caught a few episodes here and there, and it's been very enjoyable to watch on replay.
It works well in that. It works well in that format. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It is fun participating in the chat because we've got a great chat here that does do really well participate. It depends on what you have going on. If you got some time on Friday, it's fun to hang out in the chat and hang out because a lot of them, like I said, Robert here is a regular and he knows about Eric's proclivity. He's trying to help Eric out. He gets confused about the whole NBA first three-pointer thing. He's very confused about it all the time. So we're all trying to help him out collectively as a group. We're all here. We're all here to support Eric in his mayonnaise fixation and in trying to learn once and for all who scored the first NBA three-pointer.
This is what I deal with. It's utterly ridiculous. This
is
complete nonsense. I wake up Friday morning and I'm just already miserable because I know this is going to be my night.
And here you are once again. It's pretty impressive. Justin here says, ask Jeff what he thinks about big cards on Fanatics Marketplace. Any thoughts about the Fanatics Marketplace as far as a venue for some of the big cards that have been selling?
In what respect? Like
versus eBay as a platform.
Yeah, I mean, Fanatics. I mean, we got to keep in mind. I mean, it's PWCC with a new,
reskinned. It's a reskin
polish on it, right? Yeah. I mean, I think that I don't think of it any differently right now than I did for PWCC. So however you want to take that. Okay. So like, I think that the right cards in a premier auction that are higher end, can do pretty well. And I think, putting them in your run of the mill cards, whether it's like, a golden weekly auction versus a Fanatics weekly auction, I think cards do really well on that too. So, and some higher dollar value cards do well on the weekly auction too. They don't have to be in a premier auction. So, I mean, I think it's a good platform. I've had a few technical issues personally with the transition of trying to bid on stuff and like having things get hung up on you, or I think that like some of the filtering capabilities and things that they have like could be improved a little bit, but like just in general as a platform, I mean, I don't have any huge problems with it. I think it's pretty good.
Sure. The kind of the angle I take on this most of the time is that I'm pretty platform agnostic. I look at it from the perspective of, so as a buyer, I don't necessarily care. I would love not to be looking in 14 different places. It'd be nice. But that said, though, I'll go where the cards that I want are. Right. That's the big thing for me. Like, as long as the experience isn't miserable for some reason, and the Fanatics / PWCC thing has not been that onerous, I've been able to find some items on there. Sometimes I found some items for decent price. And if that's the combination, then I can live with it. Then I'm good with it. I found tons of great stuff on eBay, but eBay is certainly not a perfect platform. There's plenty of things wrong with eBay. And as a seller, plenty of things wrong with eBay. Like I've sold plenty of things on there, and there's a lot of things wrong with eBay. It's not, we don't use eBay because we love eBay. We use eBay because the stuff is there. And if we want the stuff that's there, then we got to use it.
That's right. And the eyeballs are there if you're a seller. So, yeah,
exactly. So it's a necessary evil. It's not a love affair with eBay. We'll use them. Ideally, I'd love for Fanatics to do well enough that it forces eBay to improve. That would be the ideal scenario. If they just do enough where it forces eBay to improve a couple of things, that's better for everybody.
Well, I'll tell you something. I mean, you guys have probably talked about this maybe, but having Burbank sports cards move, they're the biggest seller in all of eBay, and having them move 4 million plus cards to Fanatics Marketplace, which hasn't happened yet, but I know it's going to happen soon. That's quite a statement. So it'll be interesting to see how all that plays out and what that does to the overall sentiment of the platform.
Yeah, because if the big dog is going to move, the little dogs are going to follow, right? You know, if they're all looking at and looking, you're number one, you're the biggest on this platform, and you're leaving it, then you know people are going to follow them over there. I mean, how could they not, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's because people are looking at it as, eBay kicked off PWCC/Fanatics and made them do their own thing, and then Fanatics is going, okay, well, let me take your biggest seller that you have, and we'll bring them offline to our platform, and you're the ones that kicked us off. And they're doing exactly the same thing that eBay did to them a few years prior.
Yeah, it's it's a pretty good get back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the biggest key to that, and that was one of the things we touched on, was that in the short term, what it doesn't necessarily change life for anybody. In the middle to longer term, it brings more material to the Fanatics Marketplace, not necessarily high-end material, which is actually very helpful because they already have high-end material. That part is not necessarily a weakness of theirs, but having more of the other stuff. If all of a sudden I go on eBay and I can no longer find stuff that I previously was able to find fairly easily because they added a lot of regular, I'm trying to fill a set, and maybe they're one of the few sellers that have a little bit more of it. So I think that's going to be kind of a helpful thing. That's going to maybe make it a little bit easier for some folks to be like, oh, okay, great. You got some stuff that I need. I don't have thousands and thousands of dollars to spend on these cards, but that's like a $10 card. Yeah, I need one of those, and I need one of those, and I need one of those. And I start picking off all these items because they're also pulling it off of Beckett Marketplace, which they had a lot of stuff on there too. So they pulled it off both of those and made it exclusive to Fanatics Collect.
Right.
And they still have good inventory that might be of interest to people.
Yeah, I'm curious of what they're going to do about the shipping, because one thing that was key for Burbank was all their stuff on eBay was free shipping. And if you're buying, 99-cent card, $2 card, if Fanatics is going to also have free shipping, or if they are going to charge shipping, because that could affect how people react to that move.
So I think one thing that's going to help, and this is just my opinion, is that at least from what I understand, Burbank is still going to fulfill their own orders, which is to say, in theory, they would be able to provide the shipping with whatever kind of offer they previously had. And it doesn't affect you guys, but I'll tell you one thing that also is helpful for Burbank. They have a flat rate international shipping. So for somebody like me in Canada, I can still order stuff. And normally I get absolutely destroyed on the shipping side of things if I ship it directly to myself. But I can actually order a bunch of different stuff for a flat fee. And I'm like, okay, well, as long as I order enough things to justify the flat fee, that's not bad. Then it's just I include it as part, and I can actually have it shipped directly to me instead of sending to an intermediary. I ship my cards for a lot of my US-based orders because it's just easier for me to consolidate into one thing, control exactly how much customs gets charged and all those things. But if you can give me a flat rate that's reasonable, then I can order a bunch of stuff from you and you can ship it directly to me and I cut out the middleman. That's actually really handy.
Yep.
I think for them, that's a great selling point. And if they are going to keep fulfilling it, maybe they can keep that intact. And then you kind of get the best of both worlds. And then Fanatics gets stuff on their platform. Great for them. gives them that exposure, and then you're still able to get the better shipping rates, because I have PWCC stuff too, but I have to wait to justify shipping it because they'll ship it to me, I think, by FedEx, and FedEx will ding me. They'll hit me with the charge, they'll hit me with the custom, and they will charge me the full customs and the full amount that everything is there. And it's going to be quite the charge when the time comes.
Oh
Jeff,
yeah.
Do you buy things from Canada? I mean, buy cards from Canada at all?
I
ever?
mean,
Is it
not
rare?
often, but it's happened. Yeah, I bought some from Canada before.
So Carlos and I, buy things from each side of the border. He's buying wrestling cards or whatever. I'm buying hockey cards in Canada. To buy one hockey card, put it in a plastic sleeve, and put it in a bubble mailer and ship it to you is $14. So you have to add. So if I buy a $2 card, right, I got to pay $14 to have it sent to me. It's ludicrous.
And that's real shipping, and that's real shipping though. That's not like made up, like, oh, I'm just trying to bump up the shipping rate to rip you off.
Right,
no, actually,
right.
that's if I walk into the post office and I slap it on there, that's what they're going to charge me.
Wow.
So it's now, if you're an eBay seller, you can use the eBay, of course, testament to how much of a markup Canada Post is doing, and the US side's doing the same thing on the other way. Testament to the kind of markup they're doing. If I use eBay and I'm selling something on eBay, they're like, oh, you can send this for $7. So 50% off is what you're saying. It's the same thing with tracking. I can literally slap the label on there. It's tracked for $7. Why is it $14 when I walk in the post office? But eBay gets the volume seller discount and the whole big business discount or whatever, which is to say, imagine what the actual markup is. How much does it actually cost you to do it?
Right.
Way lower. So it's good. It's good for my buyers though, because then that option allows me then to offer a much more competitive rate, because I can be like, okay, so now instead, Eric, I'm charging you $5 shipping, and it comes with tracking, and that's not that onerous. That doesn't feel that bad.
No, it doesn't. And I can't tell you how many times over the years that I have, just as I'm about to hit, PayPal, pay for it, I do a double check and go, whoa. I'm not paying. Forget it. I don't need it that bad. I don't have money to throw away. I mean, I got money enough to pay my bills. I don't have money to throw away. And I'm not buying a $5 card, some beat up card from the 1970s and spend $14 to get it to me. No, that's stupid. I'm not doing it. I don't need it that bad.
So
and I've been
why, Eric, don't you turnabout is fair play? Why don't you ship it to Yannick, and then you can both have hostage packages and then do a hostage exchange?
That something, and not the worst idea.
I like
this chair behind me is all his crap.
That's what I'm getting. Eric, there is a method to my madness. There is a reason I brought it up. Like, this seems to me like an opportunity to turn the tables on Yannick.
Yeah, I don't know when he's coming down next to get his stuff, but it's piling up.
Listen, I am a problem solver, Eric. I may have solved your problem.
Jeff, he lives in Quebec City.
Okay.
So,
which is almost Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, close enough.
He's a big bearded Frenchie, good for nothing. And he has stuff shipped to my house to save him money. And then when the pile gets big enough, he drives down and picks it up and stays here for a couple of days. Then
it is cheaper to ship my cards. I got to be honest. Like, I get charged $3 every time something comes in. Like, your fee is substantially lower.
Yeah, free.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's way cheaper.
But I don't know what he spends on gas and whatever to get here. But he likes to come down and visit me for like 2-3 days, and then picks up his stuff and heads back.
Sounds like you have a side gig on your hands here.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, I should start sending stuff to his house, right?
About time you use some of that. Listen, like I said, turnabout's fair play, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let me read a couple of comments here. Bob Uzzle says, Jeff, please never sell your collection of Chasing Cardboard. We love Chasing Cardboard. We're huge fans. Huge fans.
I won't.
Yeah. I got so Jeff, just put a long story short, because you have seen a little bit of the show.
Yeah.
I love I think maybe I'll give, especially for folks that are a little newer, I'll give the thesis of the show. To me, in the hobby, there are no sacred cows. There are people that I can respect because they're bringing something to the table, they bring some knowledge to the table, and we will go with that, and that's good. But there are folks that have been elevated to a certain pedestal, either by themselves or by others, where I'm like, I'm not buying that one. That's not going to work for me, I'm afraid. But they may have developed a big following. The Chasing Cardboard guys, I don't have an issue with them, because one of the guys that was involved in a lot of that, Mike, baseball collector, I've had him on here a bunch of times, and as he likes to put it, we have a storied history. That's his words, not mine. That's what makes it a lot of fun for me. But the thing is, I don't have any issue with Mike. Like, every time I've had a conversation with him, it's usually we can usually have a good conversation. But I will also disagree with him where I feel like they're doing something wrong. And the Chasing Cardboard guys sometimes will do things where it's like, no, you're not. And then they will get feisty and combative, and then that makes it funnier for me. I know this may come as a shock. I do enjoy when someone shows that, and then immediately I get to then beat them up with it even more. It's really great. I do enjoy that. But they got really testy, and it was a great time. Had a great time. Fantastic.
Yeah. I remember the Sports Car Radio guys had some good fun with Chasing Cardboard there for a while too.
We were in the same boat. We were in that same category where it's like, unlike the Sport Car Radio guys, Mike came on to kind of discuss kind of his perception of that side, because we were able to have, and we can have a civil discourse, a civil discussion. Obviously, I didn't agree with what Mike was saying, but he was welcome to come on, and we can have the conversation, chat about it. And we can still chat about it anytime he wants. And I'll reach out from time to time, but he's always welcome. He's certainly welcome to come by and chat anytime whenever he wants to, and he has from time to time. So we can do both things. We can disagree, and at the same time still have a conversation about whatever. It's perfectly doable. It is possible, shockingly enough. But we had a lot of fun with the Chasing Cardboard guys, though. Like, they gave us memes and jokes for weeks during that whole run. It's fantastic.
It was something.
Yep. Stu was saying they've got deep fried ranch at the Minnesota State Fair, but not sure about deep fried mayo. Like I said, the audience really cares to make sure. Bob Wiesel says, paging Dr. Eric, we have a mayo spill in the ER. They're here to help you, bro. They're here to help you, Eric.
No one's here to help.
They're so helping you. I can't even imagine.
No.
The amount of help they're doing. It's heartwarming, really. I feel good about it.
You shouldn't.
Oh, I do.
What if you disguise mayo by putting ketchup in it and call it special sauce?
No. No. Stop it. You're being gross.
Eric, again, I'm going to remind you, these are your friends.
I have to, when I go to restaurants, but especially in Canada, when I go to a restaurant and I get a hamburger, I have to stop whoever the wait staff is and say, before you put that order in, did they put anything weird on it? And they're like, what do you mean? I go, do they put any sauce? Do they put any mayonnaise? Or is it just, pickles, onion, lettuce? Here's your hamburger. Well, no, we have a sauce. I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want it.
You're just not a trusting man, Eric.
When it comes
Eric, this is Canada. We're nice people over here. I don't know what you're accusing us of.
The problem is, if something comes to me and it has it on, I won't eat it. But I will never, ever, 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 ever send something back to a kitchen in a restaurant. Ever. So they'll bring me a hamburger. Now I can't eat it. And I'm not about to say, can you take it back and give me another? It sucks. My life sucks.
I see.
It's tragic. It's really troubling. It's very unfortunate. Very sad. I'm kind of hurt, Eric, that again, Canadian people are peaceful people. I don't know what it is you're concerned with.
That is Canada's greatest lie. That everyone.
Oh, it is
nice.
Oh, it's something we tell the gullible Americans. Yes,
it
is 100%.
It is Canada's greatest lie.
Does it help that I'm a Canadian citizen, so I didn't get the memo? Does that help? I'm originally from Panama, and we're jerks.
No, you're a Canadian citizen by proxy. You're Colombian and
half Colombian and half
Panamanian.
Loving people.
No. Colombians and Panamanians are not loving people. They're very, very violent.
We're also very good at lying.
Yeah,
tremendously good. Tremendously good.
Yeah, very, very dangerous people.
Yeah. So, folks in the chat, just out of curiosity, by the way, again, Jeff, it's been a lot of fun. So, but that's basically this is what we do on Fridays. We hang out, chill out. And as we're talking, I'm opening some packs of my wrestling, so I'm doing that. Have a little fun with it. Any questions or anybody from the chat? Obviously, we covered a lot of ground. We managed to get into that. The Will Chamberlain topic was good. Jeff was able to give us some additional background, which is super helpful. So, thank you for that. But yeah, in terms of the overall, talked about the new basketball product, talked about the Topps composite football, had a little fun with that. But I think we're kind of a little bit of a dead zone hobby-wise right now. I think we're kind of chill for the moment. Obviously, there are those products I just talked about. But I think we're kind of in a chill zone now that we just came off Fanatics Fest. We came off the National. We had the Burbank show. And now we're just kind of in a holding pattern, waiting. I don't think there's anything crazy in September as far as I'm aware. Other than obviously football season starting. So from a sport side of things are going to start picking up, which is good. I think that's actually going to help, though. I think now the football guys are going to start getting a little bit more excited because now we're winding into it, and that's going to turn things up a notch. Just in general terms, I think that'll be exciting. But we're still waiting for a bit of a ramp up. I think we're still going to be waiting for a little bit into later September, October. Whoever the breakout guys are, I think that's all that's going to be going on right now for now. Because I don't think there's anything crazy coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, the next Fanatic show is the week before Toronto.
Oh, right. Which location is that one? Is that the Orlando?
Orlando.
Yep.
And so
we got to send Ham, local correspondent Ham. Florida man's got to go over there.
And the thing about that one is, if people are expecting New York in Orlando, that's not going to be the case for that one. It's a different. Right. It's going to be a different kind of show. It'll be more like Burbank than it will be like Fanatics Fest.
Right. I agree with that.
So you think,
and that's not saying it's going to be a bad thing. It's just going to be different.
It's going to be more card driven than
yes,
experience
driven.
Yeah, you're not going to see the amount of activations. So I'll use the infamous word activations, but I'll just so we're all on the same page. We're talking about like the 40-yard dash. You're not necessarily going to get that. You're not necessarily going to get WWE showing up with their big entrance ramp thing. That's probably not going to be there.
Right. You're right. It'll probably be 90% cards. And I mean, the way I would look at it as, Fanatics Fest was an experience. This Orlando thing is going to be more like a card show with Fanatics like touch on it.
I'd agree with that. I do think, though, and this is not necessarily anything they've got planned, although everything I just said, I stand by, but I will say, if Fanatics wanted to, WWE is based out of basically Orlando.
Okay.
So they could very easily, they could borrow some of the folks from the Performance Center, which is the NXT, their developmental brand. So in a scaled down version, not to the same degree as New York, for them, it'd be super convenient. For them, it's a hop, skip, and a jump. They're not actually having to hop a plane. They could literally just drive over and do a scaled down version of, if they wished, they could still have a little bit of that.
Maybe they could. Yeah.
Yeah. So that may be something. I'll throw that out there. That may be something they could, if they wished, because for them, it's proximity. The Performance Center is based out of Orlando. Yeah. And they could take advantage of that. And for them, that would be an even easier trip because they're not having to pay big money to fly anybody anywhere.
And that's one of their strongest partnerships is WWE.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the first event that they did in April was WWE World. Fanatics Events ran that in WrestleMania in Philadelphia. And so that's where a lot of that came from, was that original event, their inaugural event that they had.
Absolutely. I agree with that. But that's why I say I just throw that out there as something that's not necessarily, but it would not shock me that if any of the Fanatics guys are thinking about it, they'll be like, wait, we could probably do that really easy. If we go with a scaled down version, we could probably still do a little bit, not necessarily have to worry about the rest of it. Stu says Rock Crew is a great hitter from Panama. That is 100% true. Yep. We have a 400 table show in Minnesota in September. Nobody hears much about it. You'd think for a 400 table show, that'd be enough to draw a little bit of attention. That's a pretty decent sized show, I would say. How big is the Shriner show in terms of tables?
I don't know. What do you think, Eric? You think it's about the same as that?
Yeah. It's 500. Yeah. That's usually what I think.
So it's not to say that there won't be shows, because there'll totally be shows. I'm just saying right now, we don't have any crazy products down the pipeline. We had our big shows. Burbank has turned itself into one of those. The National and Fanatics Fest was one that people were going to talk about. These other shows will happen, and I think we'll still be able to enjoy checking out a little bit of what's going on. I always find there's these little lulls in the hobby calendar, and we're about to enter into one of those. It won't last long. It'll be going for a little bit, and then it'll start ramping up as we get into October. And then by the time we get to November, then we got the show and some new products are going to be coming out too.
You think people need that break?
I think it helps because I think nobody can go 24/7. And we've touched on this before, obviously, with a lot of the cards we were talking about earlier tonight with the basketball and everything. We always look at these high profile, high dollar sales, 6-figure sales, 7-figure sales, stuff like that. And maybe we can get your take on this. We talked about it many times. The rank and file of the hobby still, if I go to that card show and I poll people who'd buy cards, most people are buying cards sub $100. Most of the hobbies still operate. Like, we're not spending thousands of dollars per card. That's not the norm. Yes, there are people that will do that are collecting at that level, but most of the hobby is still operating at a much more reasonable level, which is to say that they need breathers. They can't just be throwing money out like buying stuff all the time. Sometimes they need to take a break. It's good to give them a chance to kind of reset and go, all right, I've gone on a buying spree. This is cool, but now I need a minute.
Right.
So I think that creates a kind of a good spot. And it's also good because now the kids are going back to school. So that's kind of change over the calendar. It gives everybody a chance to reset that portion of it too. But then once they get going again, then they'll start getting going hot. We get into the fall, they start firing up again, and the cycle begins anew, just like every other time.
Jeff, I got a quick question for you. Do you have any plans to be working with Fanatics again in the future at all, or maybe expanding your role?
I mean, yes. I mean, I am open to it. I think if anyone else has tried to work for Fanatics, one thing that they are pretty focused on right now, like a lot of companies, is being in person in office for most of their roles, especially the collectibles side of the business. And with that being said, I do not live near a Fanatics office, so that creates a little bit of a challenge for me. So that's my biggest barrier to entry right now, is finding a role that I can do remotely if I'm going to be doing something with Fanatics. I mean, I'm able to travel and stuff like that, but I can't be in the New York office for at least 3 days a week. It's not possible. So
No. Yeah, that's just not. I knew someone who actually did that. He was a lawyer, a prosecutor, in the New York City court system.
Wow.
And lived here on the North Shore, and would travel to New York like 3 or so days a week, sometimes more if needed.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that was his job. It was, and this was before, technology like this, with what the hell did we all use during the pandemic? The
Zoom.
There was no, the technology wasn't there. The cell phones weren't there. He was doing this in the 90s, and through the early 2000s.
Wow.
It's just, you can't be doing that stuff. But what would you like to do if there wasn't a barrier like that? What would you like to do with Fanatics?
I mean, I'd probably love working for their the Fanatics Collect, the marketplace. Whether it's, my background professionally is like finance, more or less. And if I could be doing that for them on the kind of the back end, that'd be awesome. Working in there,
so you got an Adam Gray kind of arc there going for you.
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, you're working in the marketplace, even if I was doing like sales with them, I'd be open to a lot of different options. But I think my background, I mean, they could definitely, use some different help in different areas, and I'm sure I could be able to help with that.
Okay, let me ask kind of a follow-up side question to that, because it's always interesting to me. I know a variety of different folks. Again, the hobby's small, circles are small, realistically, compared to a lot of industries. But it's always interesting when you take somebody who is a hobbyist and then they enter into the business side of it, in whatever
Right.
capacity that is. It always creates a different angle to it.
Yep.
So do you think that creates kind of a challenge for it? Do you think it would be something that maybe you get tired of as a result of it? Or is it something you think kind of still plays into your hobby and your interests that you're
I
still
think
interested that way?
I think it really depends on what my role would be, right? I mean,
Yeah.
but I think in general, I feel like I'd be able to manage it. I mean, if I was doing something, the only way that would impact me, I would say, is if I was told that I couldn't do my own thing on the side that I currently do, right? Or if you can't, let's just say I can't buy stuff in the Fanatics marketplace. Fine, like I get
Oh,
it.
I've heard there are ways around that. I've heard you can get other people to buy
Oh,
things.
boy.
Or
Oh, boy.
Right.
the PWCC days, I think that came up once or twice.
Let's,
Yeah.
let's
But you
move
know what I
on.
mean? Like if I can't transact on a platform or something like that, like I
Right.
can live with that. But
Right.
if I'm not able to still do my own thing, like collect or do your hobby on the side, that would be probably difficult for me. But if that was not affected, it wouldn't be too much for me. I'd be fine with it.
Okay. That makes sense. I always think that's why I say, like, I think it's kind of it brings up an interesting question, because it's one of those things where you kind of have to figure out where it would work. I
Yeah.
know Brandon, who was here earlier tonight, he's become a reseller in general, but for a little while he was doing it with the sports card thing, but doing it full time in cards
Mhm.
kind of took a little bit of his enjoyment from it.
Yep.
And then he moved on to reselling other things, and that allowed him to enjoy his cards more. So he was still doing
Gotcha.
reselling, but focused on a different category. As a result, he
Gotcha.
could just buy cards for, I like these cards, I want these cards.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So it ends up just being, to your point, it's dependent upon what the role is, dependent on like
Mhm.
what type of involvement you have to the company relative to that.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense. Let's see here. Justin was saying, little bit as in I don't agree with Adam Gray. You don't have to agree with him. I'm just talking about the finance background, because that was one of the things he came in, I believe, from corporate finance, or at least some element of that.
Yeah, he was an accountant, I believe, for like private equity firm or something like that.
It was private equity. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Finance is kind of an open-ended category, but there's a couple different ones. I just thought it was interesting that as soon as you brought up the finance side of it, I was like, it's like that's a small group of people that are operating in that space and then also trying to play into this one.
Yeah.
And you're both basketball card guys, so that's another
right.
thing as well. So you got a couple of things in common there. But no, that's fair. I was trying to think. There was one other thing that I had in mind. I was opening these packs. By the way, nothing exciting in the packs. Although, so Billy Cilio, wherever he is, he can enjoy. That's his girl. I was able to pull one of those.
Who's that?
There. That's Tay Mello
Oh.
from Brazil. And that'll be the site of the first NFL game the Packers will be playing in Brazil. So you got that. There you go.
Jeff, you may not know this, but Carlos is one of the owners of the Green Bay Packers.
That is true. That is true.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Me and everybody who buys shares. they got enough of those. But it's one of those things I loved it, because when I bought one of those shares, because it's one of those things that at this point it's like a novelty item that you can buy. Now there are real shares in the sense that you actually do have an ownership of the team legally. They actually had to go through the proper channels to be able to sell the shares in Canada, because they couldn't do, because they've got to go through our securities commission, because it is an actual share. Obviously one share of millions, whatever, it doesn't mean anything. But it's a cool fan kind of thing to have, because they only do those share sales basically once a decade, give or take, is what they do it for. It's a fundraiser thing. They've actually paid for stadium improvements on those share sales. They've actually done it. They've sold millions of shares on that. But the first thing they do is they send you a letter and say, congratulations, you are now a part owner of an NFL team, which is true. So, but that's the only team in the sport that can actually say it's like, no, you've got all these
Mhm.
owners. Now, do you have executive authority over anything? Nope, you don't.
Mhm.
But now, when Aaron Rodgers did something irritating, I'd be like, as an owner, I am prepared to throw him off the boat.
That's right.
Now that he's no longer my problem, now I don't have to deal with him. Now it's fine. Billy Steeler is a shareholder in my book. I don't think Justin knows what this means. I think Justin is getting into the beverages a little bit strong, Eric.
Oh, is it that time
So,
of night?
so as a shareholder, are you going to be disappointed by Jordan Love, or are you going to be blown away in a good way by Jordan Love?
Well, I'm already in a. So I think a lot of folks ran. We're on a Discord where a lot of guys talk a lot of football, and it's a lot of fun. And they've already gone to one extreme or another. And I'm sitting there going like, first of all, he's a kid. Secondly, I was extremely impressed by the second half of the season, especially where I saw the improvement from the first half of the season. I am cautiously optimistic, and I've seen improvement. So I'm like, okay, we'll just keep developing, keep improving, and that'd be good. Aaron Rodgers actually kind of sucked his first season. He did. But the whole point is to improve. The whole point is to develop the quarterback. So he's had that opportunity now he was able to play under for a couple of years, which was the same thing that happened with Rodgers. I don't expect him to be Rodgers. However, if he shows him, he's already shown improvement over what glimpses we saw in the first couple of years, which is all you're asking for. You're asking for like, okay, you have weaknesses. You're a project. You were drafted as a project. So show me that you can improve. And every week he was adding a little piece here, a little piece there, starting to make some of the throws that he was struggling with early, and then starting to make them with more consistency. Getting on the same page with the receivers. Good. The receivers are all young right now. They're still developing as well. So they're kind of developing that chemistry. That's good. So I'm like, okay, if we get that, I can work with that. I think I can live with it. I think I actually think based on what I've seen, I think he'll be good. Can he be great? I don't know. And a lot of it is going to depend on the team they build around him, like anything else. The whole controversy came from how much he's getting paid now. That was the issue. But then I said, well, the way the NFL works is that Dak Prescott's probably going to get $60 million. And then within about 2 years, he's going to be a mid-range quarterback in salary. You're not going to have a problem with it when he's 18th highest paid, which will probably take about 2 years.
Right.
So the NFL landscape, we're not in the same tax bracket, us and the NFL quarterbacks. So when somebody gets like big money, if you go check the list of quarterbacks right now, the list of 50 million plus quarterback, and go look at who's on that list, and you're going to see it's not just Patrick Mahomes. In your brain, it's like it should be Patrick Mahomes, right? Like Patrick or Lamar because he's won 2 MVPs. Like it's got to be those guys, right? And nobody else. No, the list is actually longer than you think.
Like Kirk Cousins, one of the highest paid quarterbacks.
Yeah, he was one. Trevor Lawrence technically hasn't done anything. He's 55 million or 54 or something like that. Like, go look at the list. Like, it's actually. I'll pull it up and find it. Like, I looked at it the other day and I was like, okay, I'm not as offended by that. It's also not realistically my money. It's not my problem. But the highest QB contracts have gone way out of whack. Okay, yeah. I found it. So here, guaranteed money. I want average per year. Burrow is 55 million average per year. Jordan Love is 55 million average per year. Trevor Lawrence, 55 million average per year. Tua is 53. Jared Goff, 53. Justin Herbert, 52. Lamar, 52. Jalen Hurts, 51. How many names did I just name off? They're all 50 million plus. All of them.
Crazy.
They're all within a couple of million of each other. Like, what are we even talking about? Kyler Murray is a mere 46 million. Deshaun Watson's getting 46 million to suck. So by comparison to that, Jordan Love's a bargain. At least he played. Like so far, Deshaun is not even playing. He's bad when he plays, and he's barely playing.
Well, he's
Kirk Cousins, to your point, is 45 million bargain.
He's also not a swell fella.
Oh, not a swell fellow. Yeah, Kirk Cousins, 45 million. To your point, 100 million of his salary was guaranteed. So,
must be tough.
Yeah, it's a rough life, man. Josh Allen's there in the 40s. Matt Stafford's in the 40s. Dak Prescott is in the 40s, and he'll be much higher than that next one. Daniel Jones is getting 40 million a year.
Wow.
So at a certain point, I'm like, can I really be offended? Like, it's like, I'm sorry. The next couple of contracts are going to leapfrog Jordan Love and those 55 guys, and then he'll be like the 8th highest paid quarterback. And then what's the problem?
You know, I don't get. I know we had Tom Brady taking a hometown discount because of the salary cap, and we were able to get more players with more talent, and I just don't see other quarterbacks doing that anymore. They want their 55 million, and it's like, okay, great, here's your 55 million. You're the only person on the team now. So I mean, as much as I hate Tom Baby, and he's not somebody I'm a fan of. At least he left a lot of meat on that bone, so he could have good teams around him. And I just don't see other quarterbacks doing that anymore.
Well, the advantage of that, Eric, is if none of the quarterbacks give discounts, then we just pay everybody else nothing, and you can still build a good team. Problem solved. Wide receiver, $50. Running back, $10.
Jeff,
Offensive lineman, 2 for $1.
Jeff, did you hear about what Tom Baby did a few months ago, where he wrecked a bunch of?
Shall that be his new name? Bob Boozle does appreciate the reference.
Tom Baby, yes, that he wrecked a bunch of people's merchandise and sports memorabilia with.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Right. Well, those guys were from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
And I'm friends with one of them, and they came the next day. They brought the stuff into the shop, which you've been to, and we had Beckett there for the whole day authenticating autographs. And these autographs were so bad, Beckett's like, we're not authenticating these.
Wow.
It's basically he just put W's on everything. He just went and just put W's on everything. And this was like, Super Bowl footballs,
right?
I mean, his cleats that he wore in a Super Bowl. I mean, this was like super, super high priced memorabilia, one of a kind stuff. Had the provenance of where these things came from, and what big games and Super Bowls, and he ruined all of it.
Unreal.
Because he was in a bad mood. So, F him. I am not a fan of him. I call him Tom Baby because he threw a huge temper tantrum and ruined everybody's stuff.
And I heard he was deeply offended by that. You hurt him with your words.
I hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jeff hanging out with them at Fanatics Fest. They're best buddies now.
They're probably talking. It's like, hey, did you hear about that dork over in Massachusetts? Yeah. I don't know what that dude is. Like, he literally called me Tom Baby. Yeah, he did. And then he slathered himself in mayonnaise. It was weird.
Oh, I didn't.
What's going on with that dude?
Nope.
I believe that's what happened. That's what the record will say.
That did not happen. You are mistaken.
I don't know. That's what the record seems to say to me. That's all I'm saying. I hope Aaron Rodgers gives us greatness. Oh, there would be memes. There would be many memes. If nothing else, Aaron Rodgers will give us some entertainment. And also, Paul was saying, and Love will someday play for the Jets. Listen, I made this very clear earlier tonight. If Jordan Love can give me a Super Bowl or two, I don't care if he's a serial killer and then goes to the Jets. It's fine. We've done this twice. It's fine. We can make this work. And the Bears will still be very jealous. They'll still be like, see, they're like, we take a serial killer quarterback just to have a Super Bowl. We'll take it. Listen, it's fine. Favre is a weird dude. Aaron Rodgers is a weird dude. One Super Bowl each. We got one Super Bowl each, and good quarterback play for the most part for both guys. You can all go to the Jets after. I don't care.
Yeah.
Happily send him over.
It does seem to be the trend.
It could be worse. It could be worse. Like, their franchises are like, we take that. Yeah, we'll take that. It's fine. Sure. Sounds good.
Just don't go to the Browns.
Exactly. Don't go there. Paul C says those guys are lucky they weren't in a cult after that. That's true. One of the things we had some fun though with it is I actually think for that whole autograph event that Eric was speaking so passionately about, the correct move would have been just like, yeah, I'm not signing this card. I didn't agree to it, so I'm not signing it. That I think that would have been, while they may still have been irritated, that would have been fair for everybody. Well, at least listen, we said we would sign this. That is what I'm going to sign. Anything else? No dice.
Right.
Those guys spent so many thousands of dollars on tickets for that event. With each ticket comes with one autograph. So they bought so many tickets, cost them thousands of dollars just to get the tickets. And they put the stuff in front of him, and he just looked at them and then just ruined it all.
Well, I do think so. Just so that we're on the same page here, that ticket price is like less than half of what he actually charges to sign that stuff.
Oh, it's like a quarter.
It was like a 60% discount.
Like if you went through the proper channels, right, and did it through Fanatics.
Yeah, it's almost like, look, let's put it this way. It's not exactly the same thing, but we had the whole discussion about the guy who bought the Brock Purdy card and didn't do his diligence by flipping it over to the back and all that. But he also should have looked at the price tag and go, wait, that doesn't make sense. Like that doesn't match. If you've got a guy who charges $10,000 to sign a game used football or game used jersey, normally $10,000, and this event is like 3,500 or 4,000 or whatever, why would he suddenly give you a $6,000 discount when he can get 10 grand all day long? You, as the buyer, should also be like, are you sure? Because it's 10 grand over here. The signing was literally 10 grand for the same thing.
It wasn't an autograph. It wasn't an autograph event. It was a speaking leadership event, right?
Exactly.
It just happened to have a perk for an autograph.
Correct.
But the ticket said if you buy the ticket, it comes with one autograph. So they bought several tickets and brought in the stuff and said, I want my one autograph with each ticket. And he could have said something, or he could just been like a multi-millionaire and just go, this doesn't really affect my life in any way. Here you go, buddy. But no,
there would be no, here you go, buddy.
No, he threw it. And I just think it was very little of him. It made him a little man.
Paul says, speaking leadership event, cult, tomato. I like it, Paul. At least they didn't sell you timeshares. That might have been the next event. Who knows? I like that it doesn't take much for us to get on the Tom Brady hate train. And Eric, what makes me even happier is that I don't even have to lead the train anymore.
No.
Now I just let you do it. This is great. Jeff, listen, I've done the Tom Brady hate train. This channel was built initially on the Tom Brady hate train, amongst my other things. But now I don't even have to try anymore. Now Eric can take over. He can ride the train, and I'll sit in first class and just chill and just enjoy it. I'd like another drink, sir.
I was done with him when they found out that his charity that he was doing with the Kennedys, the Best Buddies Foundation.
It's literally called the Best Buddies Foundation.
Yeah, Best Buddies. Yeah, it's
okay. So quick aside before you continue this, continue the story.
Don't joke.
Anything that says Best Buddies Foundation, I'm immediately suspicious.
Okay, don't.
I almost feel like it should be a crime. A crime needs to be committed if it's Best Buddies.
It'll backfire in your face. Don't make fun of it. It's a good organization helping kids with special needs and everything. And
were they your Best Buddies?
And yeah, so it was to match up somebody with like Down syndrome with like a mentor or something. Okay. So it's a great idea and a great charity, etc. So he was pushing it for years, and like him and the Kennedys were partners in this, and this was his thing. Come to find out, he was getting paid the entire time. He didn't give two shits about it. He was just getting paid. It was still early in his career, but when he got really famous, the whole thing blew up. But then you find out that he was just getting paid to do it. And I lost, and I did that right. It's 100 miles in one day. I raised like $5,000. I rode 100 miles in one day. And this guy's he's taking the money I was raising. I raised all that money and rode the ride. So, we could get mentors for kids with special needs. And he took my money and put it in his pocket and walked away. How can you say that you're doing something for charity when you're getting paid? That's completely the opposite of charity.
Right.
So what you're telling me, Eric, is that it sounds to me like Tom clearly does need the money. You see, you're sitting there downplaying how much money he needs, and he clearly needed more money. And this is the other thing that came to mind as you were talking. It's like people only do things because they get paid, and that's just really sad. Great
What-
scene from Wayne's World.
Eight.
Great.
When you're doing it for charity and you're not telling people, no, I'm getting paid to do this. And it's like, oh, look at him. What a great charity. And he's helping all these kids and all that. No, he took the money I raised, put it in his pocket and drove off in his Ferrari. It's like, fuck you.
So for the record, Eric, whenever you want to pitch this, just say he took the money that people raised. If you say he took the money from you, we're all going to kind of support him. Like that's the fastest way to be like, yeah, you go, Tom. What else you hate Tom? Yeah, but on this, I am a big supporter.
Yeah.
I got your back,
Yeah.
Tom.
You get my point. If you're doing something for charity, you shouldn't get paid. That's the whole point of it.
Right.
There you go. It's fair. Do you have any similar strong feelings about Tom Brady today, Jeff? Or you
Not
kind of switching here?
not as much as Eric, but
Clearly.
he certainly was popular at Fanatics Fest. I'll say that.
Oh, for sure. Like, look, I always say, truthfully, we have to separate two things out. And it should be self-evident, but clearly it's not. These guys are stars because they're really good at a thing they're doing, not because they're good people necessarily.
Right.
They're not. The two things are not necessarily connected. The joke with Favre is that he's not a swell fella. That's literally, I call him the not swell fella, because he's not a good person. He's done a lot of horrific things. Like he literally stole money in order to, I think, what was it? It was to like get a soccer stadium for his daughter or something. It was something weird. He stole money basically from
Welfare.
what was it? Welfare. He stole money from welfare people.
Yes.
So take that, Tom. Steal money from welfare people. That's how it's done. Elevate yourself to another level. You're not on that level yet. So he literally stole welfare funds. Misappropriated welfare funds. I would say that's even worse. Again, not so fellow.
And then he likes to take pictures of his pee-pee.
That is another thing he also does. So like I said, not a swell fellow.
You remember that story, right, Jeff? When he was with the Jets, he was taking snapshots of his junk, and
he was frozen the whole time. He was shocked. He was horrified. So anyway, yeah, exactly. He was stuck in place. So the point was he's not a swell fellow for a reason. And the reason I collect this stuff is because he was a great Packer quarterback. He was fun to watch on the field, and that is it. That is where the fandom extends. I enjoyed his work on the field. Off the field, I cannot vouch for this. I cannot co-sign for it. There you go. Welfare money good. Bougie Eric money bad or something.
yeah. Oh,
sounds about right. But that's the thing. It's like, but I always think it's weird to me, and maybe this would be my point that I'm making. It's weird to me that people put them on the pedestal, which they shouldn't. We've made clear they clearly shouldn't.
No.
And then they somehow get weirdly disappointed. But when he goes to Fanatics Fest, he's going to be, people are going to look at all the Super Bowls. They're going to be like, this guy won a ton of Super, like, for example, that big social media thing that was posted, the captain, guy who became a full-time dealer. He was a teacher. He became a full-time dealer. And during the pandemic, he was able to sell a lot of Tom Brady stuff for a ton of money. Basically, Tom Brady funded his ability to pursue this as a full-time vocation. Tom's performance and himself being on those cards and the cards that he had purchased literally allowed him to fund this, which is now a business that he's able to literally pay his mortgage with. So he is going to have a ton of appreciation for Tom Brady. And the other thing can still be true.
Yes.
So all these things can still be true. And it still helped him indirectly. And then Tom went over there again, probably with Fanatics money to do it. But he stood there, talked to them, held court. It was a great photo op, a great opportunity for them to do a whole thing, and then purchased the card off his table. And he is now able to share that with people, share the picture, share the video and everything. It was a good moment for him. That can be true.
Like,
and the other thing can still be true.
It's like I can appreciate everyone in the chat for spending time with us on Fridays and participating, but I can also hate them all and think they're stupid.
I think we can have it no other way. I think that seems like the right thing to do.
All right.
But that's the key point, is that for that guy, for that moment, that was a great moment for him. Because he is obviously a big fan, because indirectly, Tom Brady pays his mortgage payments. Like, he sells a lot of those things, and it's literally made him a living. So of course he's going to be quite appreciative of your boy Tom Baby, right? So that can be true, and I think that's perfectly fair from his standpoint. From where he's sitting, his kids eat thanks to that guy. So he has good reason to appreciate it. And you can also be like, my buddies, got screwed over. They're upset. Their stuff was ruined and blah, blah, blah. Same dude.
And he stole my money.
And he stole your money, which we also kind of appreciate. But same dude is responsible for all these things that we're just talking about. It's the same guy.
Right.
And all these things are true individually of each other. Well, people are complicated. It's not as simple as clear cut. Not everybody is like, oh, they're a swell person and everybody likes them, whatever. That is possible, but it is the minority. There's almost always somebody that has some kind of a quirk or some kind of a weird issue or whatever.
And I just want to point out that if you're in a relationship with someone and it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. And it's really not fair to say who's to blame, especially when you're on the outside and you don't know what goes in, behind closed doors. But if you are in two failed relationships, it's you. It's you. Right? So I that's another thing I can add to the pile of Tom Brady nonsense.
Can we add this to the pile? I think this meme pretty much nails it. We have the two fighting monkeys. We have Eric with Yannick packages and Yannick with Eric packages. And I'm here to support and help.
Who said that to you?
We got people working around. Listen, we got people.
I'm just trying to figure out which people.
Listen, I don't know who it could possibly be. Moving on. I'm a failed relationship 2.5. Live the dream. You can get to 3. I believe in you.
You heard what I said.
Zach says, didn't watch tonight. Hit up a concert with 25 likes. I'm so proud. There you go, Zach. I think it's been a fun show. It's we were able to add a little variety to it. This one was we actually delved into the basketballs, the squeak swish.
Yeah.
Which is it's not normally our wheelhouse, but in this case we were able to make it work. So I think it worked out great.
We may have I was trying to keep an eye on it. I think we may have hit 50 viewers tonight at one point.
I think we're probably close to that. Yeah, there was a couple points where we got there, but I think the topic was good enough to hold it. That's why I say there wasn't anything crazy this week. I thought those two things touched on it. They both happened to be basketball. It was kind of a coincidence. It wasn't something I set out to do, but it worked out. I'm no complaint on mine. I was happy with it. I apologize for anything I said. I'm on new medication. Always apologize and always use the medication. So it's done, Bob Boozle. It's done. I believe in you. Enjoying yourself there, Eric?
Listen, sometimes the people in the chat, they make me laugh. They're a lot funnier than me sometimes.
Fair. Now, quick aside, I wanted to quickly mention this, so we'll start winding down shortly. We've had a couple of longer episodes the last couple of weeks. We'll stick to kind of our normal this one. We actually pretty much got there, so it was good. I want to also thank, obviously, he had connection issues and everything, but I want to thank Jeff for participating actually quite a bit tonight. He was able to join us in the conversation. I will say, I was checking out the Sports Card Expo one, and they have added Joe Carter to the list of signers.
Oh,
which is good. I think that's a good one. With Jack Morris there, Joe Carter, that's a good combo. That's pretty good. I'll be honest, it's probably going to be overpriced for what it is. I already have Joe Carter autographs, so I'm fine with it. But I do think it's a good call for Toronto. I think that's very, very good call. And so far, I think based on what we've got, let's see. I was just checking the guest list to see where we're at. I did see Joe was added. We got Tim Thomas, your boy. We got him there.
He's coming to the shop in October.
There you go. Roenick, Natalie Darwitz, I guess Team USA women's hockey there, I guess. Chelios, Trottier, and then we talked about some of the other ones as well. The two
I may have to go see Trottier. That might be something I may have to get his auto.
There you go. But I think a pretty good list of signers so far. And obviously we still got time. There's still plenty of time now between now and when we get over to November. I think it's gonna be interesting. One last thing I'll touch on. Just for anybody who was curious, I ended up opening 5 blister packs of Allure. I pulled a couple of nice ones. Nothing crazy though. I wasn't too shocked, especially since you're talking a retail product. Although I still don't completely understand, Eric, the idea. I get the notion, but having a single pack in a blister, like going through this much trouble to have a whole blister for one pack of 4 cards, seems excessive. Question mark. Seems like a lot.
That's no, that's to protect it from being CT scanned.
Sorry, 6 cards. So 6 cards in the one blister.
Right.
My apologies.
But they have it in there, so you can't put it through a CT scanner.
Obviously.
Scumbags. Oh, did I say that out loud? No, I
Look at
did.
you.
I did.
Well, I don't know if you saw it. Did you see that the Sports Card Madness guys got a new image of a CT scan thing? Did you guys see any of that?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I'll show it real quick. This will be kind of the last thing we'll touch on here before we wind her down.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up here because I want to pause it and actually show the image that he's got in the background. And probably I'll include a link in the description for you guys. It's a short video. It's not a long one. This one originally was like a 2 or 3 minute video or a 4-minute video or something like that. Yeah. So it's like talking about Flawless. So let me show you. Okay. So he goes on, trying to fill a little bit of time. It's almost 4 minutes, but he blathers on for a while. But the key thing for me, the part that made it interesting for me, was the background of this video. So if you take a look at this,
this is the one I saw. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you take a look at it, I think it was Andy who asked if Flawless in the briefcase could be scanned, and this is obviously an answer to that question. Because if these scans are accurate based on what they can pull, you can see more than enough resolution. So take a look. Here's a Flawless briefcase, right? With all the stuff contained therein. Well, here's your serial number. You can see like the faint outlines of an autograph, and you can see the name. Do you know exactly what it is?
I don't understand why they hid the name, but that's
because while they'll show the scans, they clearly don't want to give away what card it is.
Yeah.
But the point is, from the other piece is you'd be able to make out enough. You can even make out a little bit of the Flawless thing and a little bit of the thing going on with it. Now, that was one component of it. And another one was talking about, and, hold me back if you guys are shocked by this. I'm going to scan ahead a little bit here. So here is a comment that someone put on there. My local shop buys time with the scanner from hospital. Had an equipment auction. 16 stores from 5 states show up every week. Again, take it with a grain of salt. But what did I say is by the time you're being told about this, you think they're the first one to come up with it? You think they're the first one to try it? Really?
I assure everybody as of today, we do not do that at Sports World. we have no CT scanner accessibility.
Yeah. But the point is, look, my key takeaway from a lot of this was I am not surprised. Anytime there's an opportunity, anytime there's a technology or something you can use and someone wants to try to get an edge, of course they're going to try to get an edge. So look, you're like, oh, I would never. Cool. It doesn't matter whether you would, if the guy beside you would, or the guy to the other side of you would. Yeah. You can do whatever you want, but understand that there may more than likely be someone else who will say yes, when provided with the opportunity to try. And if it turns out it works well enough, again, Flawless briefcase. And then you got the one touches on top of it. Goes right through it. You don't need to be able to see it in vivid color. You just need to be able to make out what's the serial number, who's the name. Okay, you know enough to know what's in it.
Yeah. Yeah, and then if that statement that was circled is accurate, what did they say? 16
stores from 5 states.
That's
what the person claimed.
Freaking crazy. And they're all cheating the system. They're all making sure they keep the good stuff. Either, open it themselves so they can sell the cards, or go to other people that are dishonest and selling it to them at an even more marked up price because it's guaranteed. And then they're taking the stuff that has nothing in it and selling it for the prices that Flawless go for, which is stupid and outrageous to begin with, knowing that they're screwing their customers over. And it's just, It just sickens me. I think it's just gross.
Yep. I still, Zach says, I still don't get the CT scan thing. People show these images and I can't make out what the card is. I can. I just looked at the image right there. I can tell you exactly what the card is. Because you don't need anything more than name, serial number. As soon as you got the name and the serial number, you know if it's a hit or if it's one of those other ones, and you've got everything you need. You're done. Grab this one and then take the other, and then let the other people have the other case. Bubbles said this hobby is scummier than the strip club. There you
God,
go.
yeah.
Corruption is rife. A wise man once said so. Jeff says, what would you have Brian Trotte sign?
Rookie card, puck, and then I would
A program from when he got the first NBA 3-pointer.
When he hit the first NBA 3-pointer. And what I like to do, I find it fun to do, is to go on the eBays, buy a cheap game used jersey card that looks nice, but you can get them super cheap now, right? That they don't go for anything anymore, and then have them sign it. So now you just turned a cheap, game used jersey card into an expensive, game used jersey and on card auto, card. So I like doing that. That's fun. I get a bunch of those when we have guys come in the shop. I always go grab some for $5 a piece and then have them sign them. So I'll probably do something like that. I mean, he's signed a ton over the years. It's easy to go on eBay right now and buy pucks and cards and 8x10s, and so I have enough time between now and then to kind of go out and search for stuff and see if I can find anything unique that would be really fun to have him sign. But I guess that's my answer for that.
Yep. There you go. I think what's going to be interesting, obviously in this case, it works out. I did think it was kind of fun because it goes back to that thing with the Joe Carter one. Under the right circumstances, I would consider it, but I now have enough. I have enough Joe Carter autographs that it's like, not necessarily worth it for me. And Joe isn't one that I collect enough that I would go, oh yeah, let me go pursue some multiples on this, that,
Yeah.
with the Medano thing, again, unless he's doing mornings, in which case I will not be there with the peasants. Will not happen.
Right. Of course not.
No. I have people for that. I'll send one of my people.
Yes.
But there is still a jersey or two that I have left of Medano where it might be worthwhile to me to get it signed. That would be okay. But that's about it. Like, and it's not even necessary. It's just like, well, I've got the jersey and I'm not wearing it anymore. And it'd be kind of cool to have the number signed with whatever. That'd be fine.
I would.
But that's it. Yeah, but that's it. For me, it's just make it interesting. Like it's just to keep things interesting for me. That's really all I'd be doing it for. Just to do it because it'd be nice variety. I still have a 2000 All-Star game jersey, Medano jersey with that would work. I used to wear it, but obviously I don't wear it anymore. But it's got the number on there. It's right. It's got all the patches and everything. It'd be kind of cool. That's one that I would probably frame. Some of the other ones I may or may not. But that would be the All-Star game one would be one that would probably be fun for me because I like the All-Star game, the 2000 All-Star game jersey. I just like the way it looks. So to me, that's it. Good evening. Name The Late Show. Indeed. Now, actually, this reminds me, and this will be the last thing I'll touch on. There is a Van City card show that they're starting to get established over in Vancouver. I'm trying to remember if it's this weekend or if it's coming up. Let me take a look here. Van City card show.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that card show is like fire.
Fire Flames. Let's see here.
You see what I did? See what I did there?
Yeah, you're getting hit with the kids. Okay, here it is. It's October 11th to 13th, so it's actually still a while away. So it's going to be mid-October, but they got Bret the Hitman Hart signing for that one. So I think that's kind of it's cool when you can do for variety's sake. It's cool to have it. It's not a bad idea to have some of the wrestlers. It's a good call. It gives you something that can draw an audience. I think that's kind of fun. So we'll see how it goes. And they got it in the Vancouver Convention Center. So from what I understand, it's a decent convention center. Okay, kind of cool. And mid-October is probably pretty good because that's still about a month away from Expo. So you still got a little bit of a gap there, and it's all the way out on the West Coast, so you got a little bit of a space there. So I think that can work. So do you have a North Stars manager? I do, and I have a signed one as well. Literally, I had it, and then I got that one signed. I got my Minnesota North Stars Medano jersey during the lockout. NHL.com had the discounts. You were able to get the discounts. Oh, do you know how much I bought it from NHL.com directly? Do you know how much I paid for the Medano North Star jersey with the number, stitching, everything on it?
$75.
Actually, close. I think it was like 79 or 80 bucks. Like it was super cheap. It was ridiculous because at that point they were clearing it out. The lockout had just happened, and like they were like, "Oh crap, we need to do clearance sales. Like get rid of some of this stuff and recuperate some money." And then I was like, "Yeah, I'll buy it. Sure, for that price. Yeah, sure." I ended up buying 2 or 3 jerseys because I'm like, "Well, if you're going to discount it like that, I'm going to buy 2 or 3 for the price of one jersey." Normally, it's like, "Yeah, I'll take it. Sure." So yeah, so I do have one, and it has been autographed in the past. I think I got it done through Frozen Pond signing. I got them to do that.
Oh
Yeah, they used to be good. Frozen Pond used to be better with the signings. You used to be able to go and get stuff in there. Now it's AJ. There's like an AJ's. I want to say AJ Sports World, but there's like something because now we have like 3 or 4 different promoters who do a lot of the signings. And even if you look at the expo, you'll see like this one was brought to you by this company. This one, but Frozen Pond used to be that. They used to be the ones that did the bookings as well. And I don't think they really do them very much anymore. Like they'll have signings, but they don't really do the bookings. Now it's different companies that now do it.
I don't even know what he's even talking about.
He's talking about the TikToks. We know you're all about the TikToks.
I don't know anything about the TikToks. I know nothing about the TikToks.
We know you're on the social medias. Don't lie. Babuza says, "Please sign my Goldberg shirt, Mr. Hart." Yes, please.
Yeah, when we had him in the shop, we didn't push any of his buttons like that. No.
It's like if you find a vet and they tell you, "What do you need to do?" Don't mention the war. Do not bring up the war.
No. And that was like maybe 2 years ago that he came in, and he was super nice. He's very quiet. He's really nice. He was great with the fans, but I'm telling you, man, he looks like an 80-year-old man. His hands are all messed up. He can barely walk. I mean, he has nothing more to give that sport entertainment business. He has nothing more he could possibly give. He couldn't be a manager. He couldn't come down to walk down the ramp and do a promo at an AEW show.
So he's basically Ric Flair.
No, Flair's in way better shape than him.
Well, like Bret Hart literally did have a stroke.
Yeah,
and it's been years, but like it pretty much completely changed his life.
Yeah, he's not physically well.
Yeah,
but he's very, very nice, and I enjoyed hanging out with him and everything. Like I said, he was great with the fans. Especially we had some people come in that were in wheelchairs and had some real disabilities, mentally, physically, and he was fantastic with them. Even though you could tell he was in pain, getting up and walking over to him and kind of crouching down and everything, you could tell that he was in pain. And he stopped everything and gave them all his attention. So
there you go. So I found it here. I wanted to make sure I got it. It was AJ Sports World. So it's AJ Sports, Jam Celebrity Connections. I never heard of them really, but they're on a bunch of these. Kojo Sport Collectibles, which is another one of the promotions that does a lot of these. Kojo Sports Authentics.
Yeah, Kojo is the ones I was hanging out with in November.
Sure.
I was spending all my time with those guys.
Yeah. But you just think, though, I've named off 4 different promotions, companies that are associated with these bookings. So when you're Menzie, you have to then do a deal. Sports Authentics is bringing these people. And then Kojo is bringing these people. And then Jam Celebrity Connections is Jack Morris and Tom Glavine, for example. And some of them have multiple, but a lot of them. Trate is Kojo. Chelios is AJ and Jam Celebrity Connections. So there's a mix and match. It depends. So basically, they've got a lineup of available talents who can come and do a signing for you, and then you do the booking and you sign it off on it in order to get all these folks. Let's see. Goldberg's son is playing football at Colorado for Dion. Yeah, I think I heard about that with Goldberg. Yeah.
No, I didn't. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, Dad was actually a pretty good football player in his time. So
he played for Atlanta, I think.
Yeah, he did for a little. He briefly, but yeah, He had a good. I think he played for Georgia in college, and then went to Atlanta, played for the Falcons. But then obviously when he got into wrestling, he looked the part. Like the dude was jacked.
Just
Like
a monster.
yeah. So he definitely kept his conditioning, and it helped him get to where he was. Brett had the concussions and the stroke. Yes.
Yeah.
The stroke totally changed Brett. Yes. 100%. So, and that was, and the reason why the Goldberg thing is like, oh, he blames Goldberg. To anyone who will listen.
Oh, I know.
It's like you bring up the name, and it is like bringing up the war. It's like Eric talking to Len about his favorite topic, American politics. Indeed. Bowden said, remember to like the stream, so Eric has to pay. Eric must pay. Facts.
I don't want to pay.
But you do. Frameworth is another big one. Yes. So there's a lot of those. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm looking forward to it. The lineup is getting pretty big, though. We were getting a lot of signers, man. That autograph pavilion is going to be stacked. It's going to be a lot of folks
and
running through there.
And as you know, they will be announcing people like within the week prior.
Mm.
I mean, right up until the week of, they'll still be like, and just added. So there's going to be plenty more. God, I hate him so much. And did you see what this asshole's been posting lately? Oh, look at me. I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And I've been invited to this. And I'm going to be on, I don't know, a freaking movie made about me. And, I'm going up in the space shuttle and going to put an indigenous rookie card flag on the freaking moon. And I'm just so sick of him.
So in other words, seethe with jealousy is what you're saying?
Yeah,
seethe?
Yeah.
Kind of figured. Just thought we would clarify.
Oh no, I make cards for Upper Deck, and people make movies about me, and I just hate him.
Say subtle in space, Emmanuel.
No, I'm gonna go the remainder of my life never ever seeing that.
It's a lie. You're gonna spend the last section of your life watching Emmanuel in space on loop. I can bring a Mayo flag with me if you want. Yes.
I hate him. Yeah. I hate him.
You and Will Levis can lead the charge. It's like going into the Olympic Stadium with the flags. It's gonna be awesome. If you gotta say Goldberg, you gotta say it right. Bill Goldberg.
Okay.
Listen. Either that or you can chant it, you got that going for you. Anyway, all right. So it's it. It's been a good night tonight. We actually got to cover a lot of ground. We actually touched on the basketballs. Don't expect that to be a habit. Not our category traditionally, but in this case, we were able to touch on it. In this case, we actually had stuff to talk about. So I look forward to watching more videos of composite football. Some of that stuff actually looks kind of fun. I may grab some singles. There's actually a couple. I got to see if they put the Not Fella in there. I know they put some legends. I saw Joe Montana. I saw some players. I'm like, they got a couple of Not Fella cards. That'd be kind of fun. I could get behind that. That'd be cool. I look forward to more bitching and moaning about the basketball one. Yes. It's awesome. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that. So we're gonna go with it. Don't want to confuse him with Goldberg, the goalie. Facts. Good night. Thanks for bringing Jeff on, Eric. There you go. A little appreciation for you, Eric, to finish things off.
No problem, Paul. Jeff's a great guy.
Yes. And you can see tonight, I didn't even give Eric his subheading. We started off with very serious topics, so we want to make sure we touched on that. So I left him devoid of a subheading. But next week, he'll be back to a Throne of Lies. Just letting you all know. That's it for this one. Thanks to AMG for supporting the channel, the podcast, and the live stream. There will be a new podcast episode, and you will get to see me spring on to Steve that there's a new AEW product coming on, and you will be able to see the glee on his face, the joy.
Yeah. It's going to be fire coming out of his ears.
The rapturous praise that he shall be ready to heap upon this wonderful product that he loves more than life itself. So that's something to look forward to. That'll be fun. Last word here. Isn't there a county called Mayo? Maybe there is. All right. Thanks, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Thanks to Jeff for popping in and giving us a little bit of knowledge. And thanks to Bobbles and through Proxy 540 Flips. Known associate. Have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you in the next episode. See you next week.
Thanks, everybody.